Try to figure out what's
we don't know what
No, yeah, it was right. We're going to have some burger. I just don't know how to plug things in.
Thank you.
Thank you for George. You could do some. Oh, yes. Yeah.
20 box card as well.
that's your new.
Your card. Just print them out, yeah, and then box from and then chicken box. Yep.
You sure what? You know, just do that. And you just, if you can just say, no, that wouldn't show that. So we know the numbers, yeah. If we knew that was nearly week, actually. But the thing is everything's recorded. Morning, Mark.
You got us, how are you?
Fine, well,
Good to see you cycling along. I don't know how I'm
it's fine. Yeah. And fine, full travel. Thanks for that, Brian.
Getting the all the submissions and stuff from off to you now.
Yeah. Would it be
If not,
on?
well,
Oh, okay. So these got tax space, I mean, if you want.
Yeah, we shouldn't have.
yeah.
Have you got a second or this is what you want to do?
Yeah, that's the right.
The one that she got the was in the presentation about that.
Yeah.
So I probably make use one of those over the other.
Yeah.
Oh, you know. And no password. I'll bring it in and then keep it. Because it's you and I needs to be somewhere. Yeah. We're gonna detect and receive the password because it doesn't. Yeah. I like pizza.
It was, you're right. Thank you.
So you don't see
Right, never had of my today. Hui, thank you everyone for coming this morning to the hearings for Waikirikiri Ki Tua future Selwyn and for all the submissions that we've received and for the people that are going to come in here this morning. Before we start today, I'd just like to take a moment to remember Kingi Shuhei Tua and his passing overnight, and just ask that we stand for a moment of silence together. And standing me karakia tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā tāra ki tai. E hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, mauri ora. And the councillor affirmation. It is affirmed today that we as councillors will work together to serve the citizens of Selwyn District, to always use our gifts of understanding, courage, common sense, wisdom and integrity in all our discussions, dealings and decisions so that we may solve problems effectively. May we always recognise each other's values and opinions, be fair-minded and ready to listen to each other's point of view. In our dealings with each other, let us always be open to the truth of others and ready to seek agreement, slow to take offence and always prepared to forgive. May we always work to enhance the well-being of Selwyn District and its communities. We will. Thank you, everyone. We have a few apologies today. Malcolm is attending the meal forum on my behalf, and Phil and Lydia are an apology for the day. Shane, Elizabeth and Sophie will be joining us soon. They have given their apologies for lateness. And Deborah?
I'm going to give my apologies. I'm leaving at just after 3 o'clock, probably 3:30, for an engagement that I've had booked for some 3 months. So
thank you. Today is the hearings panel for the draft Waikirikiri Ki Tua future Selwyn, and we'll be listening to submissions. Obviously, there are a number of other submissions that have been given, and I know many of you have read those, but we also, if you haven't, there's still time to complete that before we get to the deliberations. Today there'll be a chance to listen to our submitters, and I ask that we pay attention with our eyes to those that are coming into the room and pay them the attention for the time that they've given to us today. And if there are any continuing questions of substance that we feel need to be answered, staff will take note of those, and there'll be a hearings report provided ahead of the deliberations. And if there are other outstanding matters that you would like to ask or need to request any extra detail on, then let's make that known either at the end of today or early next week so that staff can have that filled into that hearings report. Bob, do you want to say anything as we start today?
We've sort of brought future sound strategy on quite a journey to date. It's something that's new to council, something very innovative to council, and it's something that's going to be very critical as we grow as a district. It allows a strategic decision-making document and alignment for all decisions from now on. So it's a very exciting piece of work and looking forward to hearing what the submitters have to say today.
Okay, thank you. Our first submitter today is Warren Pettigrew. Warren, thank you for coming. If you'd like to take a seat down the end of the room. Councillors, this submission is on page 6 of today's agenda, submission number 25. Well, thank you for the written submission that you've given, and today is an opportunity for you to expand on that.
Yeah. Okay.
Just wanted to get the IT sorted so that the screen's up behind us.
It's normal. It's good that I don't have to do that. That's it. Coming up. Just use the forward and backwards keys, can I? Yep. Yeah, just one moment. Let me just got to get it on the screen up there. Yeah. We've got it here, but we need to get it on the screen up there.
Oh, should we share?
Won't share.
Yeah, so I'm just trying again.
Oh, so still won't share. I can probably make a start, can I?
It's not like use at the moment, sorry about your comment. Yeah, just, yeah.
Can hear that there's double. We'll just we'll get it sorted. I'm not going to eat into your time, but we'd love to see the slides you brought for us as part of your presentation today.
Share on that one now.
Yeah, it's not going to come up with
The other ones are there.
I stopped sharing on that.
Hmm?
I stopped sharing on that one. So share again. Just stop. Where's it going then? Smooth. Something changed. Yeah.
Hooray.
That's good. There's also another microphone in the room on one of the computers that's picking up sound and replaying it through the system because we can hear everyone's voices twice. So staff could sort that out as well, please. Well, we'll hand over to you. Thank you for coming in this morning and your submission. You're welcome to add anything to that submission you like, or bring any matters of emphasis up. And we've got about 10 minutes for the conversation. I'll hand over to you. Thank you. Just press the right hand button on that microphone in front of you, and that'll turn it on.
I think it is on, is it?
Thank you. John, yeah, we're good. Now, the Chambers presenter microphone is on the computer. If we could turn that off. Okay, we're all set? You get away, Warren. Right, okay. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to comment on Selwyn's long-term plan. I tend just to speak for 5 minutes on this and have perhaps 5 minutes discussion afterwards. It's a huge subject to cover in 5 minutes, but there's only sort of one major point I want to make at the end. I'm a semi-retired engineer, live locally, spend much of my spare time doing conservation work on a voluntary basis, and then trying to understand the effects that us humans are having on the planet, and rely heavily on IPCC and United Nations documents. For the slideshow, I'm just the IPCC and UN messenger, with the thousands of contributing scientists and academics to support them. So don't shoot them as messenger, not yet anyway. Maybe following the discussions you can. Fundamentally, we have what is termed an ecological overshoot as a result of a population explosion over the last 200 years to 8 billion people. Only 2 billion are sustainable. The 2 billion number is getting smaller year by year as resources are consumed. Global warming is just a side effect of this. So the fundamental problem is too many people. We're polluting the planet 5 times faster than it can be accommodated. We're using resources 5 times faster than they can be replenished. And what we're doing to mitigate all of this is completely and utterly insufficient. Temperatures are rocketing up. Despite all the solar panels, electric vehicles, wind farms, and everything, CO2 levels, which is this one here, is rocketing up, and in conjunction, temperatures are rocketing up. We're doing absolutely insufficient to change this. So here's methane, for instance. The last one was CO2. This is methane. It's also shooting up. That chart is from several different locations. The permafrost is melting and releasing heaps of methane. We're introducing more and more farmed animals which are releasing more and more methane. And methane's, I think, 20 times more potent than CO2 as a greenhouse gas. Here's temperatures accelerating, not decreasing. We need to be, by 2030, we're meant to have cut emissions by 50%. We're actually increasing them. And on a monthly basis, you see in the last year, temperatures have absolutely stepped up, which indicates that maybe we're into a very serious overshoot. Sea temperatures stepped up. This is the Atlantic Ocean. It's been just slowly increasing for quite a few years, and then last year it stepped up a huge amount, and then continuing to step up on the blue line on the left. It's a huge worry. If that temperature causes the Atlantic thermal current to stop, the northern hemisphere will freeze over. Our focus to date has been is on climate change only, which is ignoring overshoot, which is actually the problem, making the problem worse.
Just look at that evidence. Business as usual is not possible and is not an option. And that's my worry about the long-term plan. It's based on business as usual. Business as usual will destroy civilization. The world is getting poorer due to the costs of weather events, pandemics, resource depletion, fires, soil degradation, and so the list goes on. There simply won't be funding necessary for mitigation. Councils are broke. Governments are broke. The world is broke. So in order to help organisations like yourself plan for the future with all the headwinds of the triple planetary crisis listed in there, the UN has produced Navigating New Horizons. Now it's only released this year, so it wasn't available to you guys unless you're planning, unfortunately. But my point is that it'd be great if you got this document, read it thoroughly, debated it, and adjusted your plan to suit. There's 15 headwinds listed in there. One of the most serious ones is that as the permafrost melts, pathogens are being released, and some of these pathogens humans have never been exposed to, so they could be fatal. And anthrax has already been released. The endorser of the Navigating New Horizons is Sir Peter Gluckman, a very famous New Zealand scientist. It's been really sensible for you to contact him and get his assistance with your planning. And there's also Dr. Rod Carr, who's the climate head for New Zealand. So it's not just Selwyn that needs to do this, it's actually the whole world. And until the whole world gets together on this, there won't be a solution. So as a foretaste of this, within 30 years, the world could see 3 degrees C rise in temperature, resulting in billions of people being either killed or displaced. So all red areas there will be unlivable within 30 years. And it's already starting. So it's all of northern South America, even the East Coast, Florida, the USA, Central Africa, Pakistan, Northern India, Bangladesh, the whole of Bangladesh, the whole of Indonesia, one of the most populous countries on the planet. Australia. Where do these people go? Lots of them. The ones that survived the weather events, which termed the wet bulb thermometer effect, which is where you've got a combination of high temperature and high humidity, and that kills people within hours. They'll come to New Zealand. They'll arrive here in their millions, starving, looking for food. This is bad news. So any plan needs to accommodate these changes to our environment. And these changes are happening much, much quicker than expected. And scientists are flat out trying to figure out why this is. So Navigating New Horizons lays out some assistance to you planners. And here the headings are here. I won't have time to go into them now. But let's have a dose of wisdom. From way back in 1207 to 1273, the earth turns to gold in the hands of the wise. And a comment from me is a parting shot. Nature will be the final judge of our planning and actions. So thank you. Any discussions are welcome to discuss this, but as I said, it's a colossal subject. Instead of 10 minutes, it should be 10 weeks probably.
Well, thank you for the presentation to us today. We won't have a major discussion on it here. That is set aside for another day, but there's a chance now if anyone has any questions of your presentation to ask some of you. Councillors, do you have anything you'd like to ask Warren on this presentation? Megan?
Sorry.
Just go loud.
Should I ask you that?
Yeah, you ask, yeah.
So my question is around the ITCC, and later today we have had a submitter who has come out and said that the IPCC has reported that the contribution of the methane are significantly less than previously determined. Is that your understanding of the IPCC information?
No, the methane doesn't last as long. It's in the atmosphere for a much shorter time. But while it's there, it is nasty. But overall, as you can see, the world temperatures are rocketing up for whatever reason. And as I said, scientists are flat out trying to figure out what's caused this jump of temperatures. Yeah, why has this happened? So there's something wrong with their models, so they're trying to remodel it.
Nicole.
This is not a question, but it's a comment. Thanks for coming to speak to us. We have as a council had Rod Carr recently come and speak to us and at a briefing, and the recording of that's on our website if you want to have a look at that. And we've also had the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment has come to speak to us as well. We as a council are looking at these matters going forward. So thank you for coming to speak to us today.
Thank you, Warren.
So yeah, that's good news that that's going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, that has happened over the last 3 months. We've had both of those in here. So yeah, thank you. And what you brought today reinforces the information they were sharing with us too. So we appreciate you taking the time, and council will have deliberations in a couple of weeks, and we'll be making final decisions after that. So thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
The next presenter is Mark Alexander. Mark, welcome back. Thank you for your written submission to us, and the microphone's there in front of you. We've got about 10 minutes for you to talk through that and anything you'd like to bring to our attention today. The floor is yours.
Mark Alexander. I submitted 5839366 and off reporting officer's report and submitted 54 in the submissions. The question where the big long number comes from, it made it hard to find my submission, possibly because I chose to be anonymous. I've got 3 things I want to focus on. Firstly, I want to challenge something in the officer's report. Section 512, page 21. Submitter suggests the addition of the word affordable division. I am of the view that affordability is incorporated into the draft vision within the term livable. But beg to differ. I went to the dictionary.com website to look up affordable and livable. Livable, suitable for living in, worth living, that can be lived with companionable. Affordable, that can be afforded to be needs to be within one's financial means. So the definition of affordable and livable aren't the same. Livable is not affordable. Affordable may include livable. Everyone I've spoken to doesn't think of affordability when they think of livable. They think that when we talk about livable, they think of clean, green, pleasant living with great spaces and places. But a livable Selwyn may be too expensive for most people to be able to pay rent, rates, or purchase properties. Queenstown, as an example, is livable, but in my view, not affordable. It's a place to live for most New Zealanders. Is that what we want for Selwyn from this strategy? A livable Selwyn that most can't afford to live, in. Future for Selwyn should be both livable and affordable for ratepayers and residents. I believe strongly that affordable should be added to the vision statement to ensure the rest of the strategy has the focus of Selwyn being an affordable place for residents and ratepayers. Livable doesn't cover it. You can be livable and not affordable. I ask that you support my request Originally, the addition of a affordable vision statement, it doesn't increase the vision statement largely, it adds one word. It adds an important focus to our district's strategies. If you've heard, and you're all over this year's LTP rate increases, people don't believe that you have a focus on affordable. That's wrong, because I know you do, but it needs to be in the vision statement. My second point, that I feel that I've been misunderstood under, ignored, is the need to go permanent for Selwyn residents within Selwyn. I think the strategy understates that. In my answer to questions 8 and 9, I focus on increasing employment opportunities within Selwyn that will reduce the need for transport, public or private, to Christchurch City. Why do we have people commuting? Because they can't find suitable employment within our district. There should be greater emphasis within the strategy to grow employment opportunities within Selwyn. If we had more suitable, particularly higher paying employment opportunities, we'd have fewer commuters. We'd be a better off district. In addition, the mass rapid transit discussion is frustrating to me because it's continued focus on a rail-based solution on the heavy rail corridor. While a heavy rail system may suit those urban areas like Ralston adjacent to the rail corridor, it doesn't and won't suit the rest of the district. Is anyone really going to drive from Lincoln, Bradley, or West Melbourne to Ralston to catch the train in Christchurch? Really? People need that service. How will they get to their final destination? Rail services are additionally hard to add to. Currently, the community and I believe council are in a battle with ECAN to get more buses on the popular Selwyn routes. How much more difficult will it be to get initial rail rolling stock to add to a rail-based service? We can't get another bus on a service, get another train will be quantum harder. The strategy is meant to be a visionary document, but doesn't need to be grounded in reality, and commuter rail is, in my humble opinion, a helpful distraction in the discussion around public transport within Selwyn and for the journey to and from Christchurch. Still, there needs to be greater focus or emphasis within the strategy on achieving a compact urban form to achieve a livable and affordable Selwyn. Despite the current government's claim that unrestrained development will lower housing costs, we can recognise that for what it is. Rhetoric, not reality. If unrestrained urban sprawl is allowed in the Selwyn city with suburbs of Taunton, Lincoln and Ralston, I don't want this, and I hope you don't want this. So I urge a greater focus on achieving the compact urban form to achieve the livability and affordability that we want for our district going forward. Those are the 3 points I want to raise and hope you support in your final deliberations.
Thank you, Mark. Coming in to reinforce those points. Is there any questions? Grant.
Mark, I was wondering whether your perception of Selwyn is it currently affordable? Has it lost that tag already? Is it too late to have we missed the bus, or is there work we can do? And what would you do to reach that goal?
I don't think we've missed the bus, Grant, but it's leaving very soon. I don't have an easy answer for it, but we need to focus on the affordability in all that we do, all that we as community and we as council do, to make sure that what we're proposing is that affordability. You know, I understand where we got to with our long-term plan, and I use our deliberately because it's the council's and community's long-term plan. But going forward, you know, the feedback I had in the community, and I'm in the community most days talking to an older set of people on fixed incomes, that it's becoming very difficult to live in Selwyn. And it won't be long before they're shifting out because the burden of rates has got to a stage they can't afford it. So the affordability bus hasn't left. It could leave. We don't have a focus on affordability. The strategy is full of lovely things that we could have in Selwyn. But if they're not based in affordability, they'll be lovely things that people visit rather than live here, just like Queenstown.
Thank you, Mark. Any further questions from councillors? No, we appreciate you taking the time coming in today, Mark, and making those points to us. Thank you.
I can send that statement through if you'd like.
That'll be great.
You don't have to lend or email it.
Is there an email address, Rob?
Submission that Selwyn.
Okay, I'll do it when I get home. I haven't been able to connect to it yet.
Submissions@selwyn.gov.nz. Correct. Great. Thank you.
Sonia is here.
Next presenter is Sonia Olican. Sonia, welcome. Councillors, this is submission 109 on page 11 of today's agenda. Great, so we've allowed 10 minutes for this presentation, and councillors have read your original submission. So today's a chance for you to emphasise anything that's in there or bring anything new to our attention. And if you just press the right hand button on the microphone, it'll turn it on. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Sam. Kia ora, everybody. Just to sort of introduce myself, I studied soil science at Lincoln University. I currently work as a research officer in the plant science department at the university, and my husband and I own a walnut orchard on the north end of Rattletrap Road. So the title of my submission is Soil is Not a Dirty Word, and really I just wanted to emphasise the fact that when I read through the information for the future plan, soil was just not a word that was used. And I was very disappointed by that because water certainly got a star billing, but soil is so important because that is beneath all of the green that is in Selwyn. And those soils are there to provide the nutrients and the water for the plants that are part of that green. So the best soils in Waikirikiri Selwyn need to be protected for ecological reasons, as well as for future primary production, because they are a finite resource. And they need to be protected from urban development. So looking to the future, it seems inevitable that continuing climate change will have an enormous impact on the environment and also our ability to produce food and fibre. And those best soils in our district have the highest water holding capacity. So that means that they are able to hold any rainfall or irrigation water that's coming into the system. They provide resilience for us against future climate change that will see a warming of the temperatures and potentially a drier climate as well. So just as a little bit of background, in New Zealand, historically and currently, there have been many soil surveys undertaken across the country to describe and name our soils. And this allows land managers, growers and farmers to understand any limitations and to kind of indicate how these soils should be best managed for arable crop production or for any plant growth. So in the future plan, yes, there is the land use capability classes, which shows what is available in Selwyn as a flat part of the Canterbury Plains. It's kind of a big picture of the soil's ability to support arable production. And I think what these land use capability classes represent need to be very clearly described in future plans so the public actually understand what they mean. So just from a personal perspective, our walnut orchard is on land use capability class 2 land. We have the privilege of growing on a Templeton silt loam, and this is a deep stoneless soil. Around us there is market gardening, other nut growers, arable mixed cropping based on grain production and grazing. So from the end of our driveway, we can see across the Selwyn Road where Rolleston urbanisation is heading our way into the east and is encroaching on these class 2 soils. So Rolleston urban developments have already consumed class 2 soils to the northeast, and I guess I'm saying consumed because once they're under urban areas, that's then gone from any kind of chance to grow plants for food, fibre or any other ecological reasons. And also if you look around Selwyn's other large townships where class 1 and class 2 soils have already been developed in the areas of Lincoln and Prebbleton.
So I guess my question is, how can Waikirikiri Selwyn save our soils, SOS? And I use that save our soils, SOS, because that's an international call to protect the best soils for food security and essential ecosystem function. Knowing that land use capability classes 1 to 3 represent the best soils in Selwyn, the map clearly points the way for future urban growth. And that is to the white area in the northwest of where Wollaston is now. A future Selwyn needs to restrict townships from expanding onto the best soils and preserve them for the future. Whether it's for food production or for other important ecosystem functions, such as reforestation and the provision of natural habitats. So the focus of greenfield development for urban housing should be on the poorer quality soils, land use capability class 4. And I guess here in Selwyn, you're in the privileged position of having Lincoln University Soil Science Department, Manaaki Whenua Landcare here, who are all experts in soils. And I also urge you to look at the land use capability map for New Zealand, because what you'll see is here in the Canterbury Plains, we have an amazing array of very precious soils, and there's not many areas like that in our country. And so I'm asking you to consider the fate of our soils in future planning of Selwyn. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia, for that and for the map that's included. Many of us are familiar with that map, but it's really easy to highlight the classes that you're talking about in the area of direction of development you're advocating for.
Yeah.
Any questions from councillors for Sonia? Grant.
Good morning. Would you support some kind of differential rating to make it more economically viable for classes 1 to 3 to stay in farming? Because the challenge is that the land becomes highly valued for almost residential letterbox farming than actual soil use for food and fibre production.
So you're saying that we
Possibly. To encourage it to stay in food and fibre production, because the challenge for producers is that they get rated out of land. We've seen that in Marlborough particularly, where the increase in value has challenged some of the traditional land uses.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Sorry, Sonia, if you just press that button. Yeah.
Okay, is it good?
You don't have to keep holding it, you can just.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I support anything that prevents that sort of situation occurring. And I think it's up to the council to sort of indicate where future developments are really desired, and that soils are important and need to be preserved. I agree with the rating issue. I could see that would impact us potentially in the future. Yeah, I think whatever mechanism can be used.
I'd imagine anywhere between Ralston and Lincoln now, the land is becoming quite valuable, and it's challenging for people to stay in traditional food and fibre production.
Yes, and it also makes it very difficult for anyone else to even contemplate trying that themselves, buying land to do that. And even though there's a lot of land that has become lifestyle blocks, I mean, we're a 10-hectare block, you can say we're a lifestyle block. That land is still available for the future, even though, and we are growing a crop on it. But yeah, that is a concern.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
Apologies for coming in late. I had a car issue this morning. I missed the first part of your discussion, but a lot of the talk about not spreading out with the urban sprawlers to build up, which means intensification. Do you have a vision for the district about what that intensification do you feel would be favourable and sort of how high?
So I'm not actually, I do support intensification within like the current township areas, but what I'm saying is we need to move that way. So Wollaston still going towards Lincoln and Pebbleton needs to turn around and head back over the Main South Road because they are land class capability, all our soils of class 4. They're the stonier soils and they are less useful for production.
Well, thank you, Sonia, for coming in and for the presentation and also for your written submission. Councillors will be considering this in a couple of weeks' time, so I appreciate it. Thank you. The next presenter is Keith Morrison. Keith, welcome along. Councillors, this is on page 14 of today's agenda. It's submission number 88. Keith, thank you for the written information you've shared with us. You can just press that right hand button once and it'll turn the microphone on, and we've allowed about 10 minutes for you to share now. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk as well. Overall, I'm very impressed by the coherence of the plan, as well as its focus on resilience. But there are 3 points I wish to make. First, as a scientist, I understand resilience as requiring not only hope, connection through belonging, feeling at home, all mentioned, that was mentioned well in the report, and having options going forward, but also discernment of maladaptation, because that enables the ability to have compassion and mercy towards others as things change. As an Orthodox Christian theologian, we have the understanding that it is this discernment of maladaptation that keeps us safe and brings well-being. And this is a component of resilience I find missing in the plan. My second point is that housing is one of the things that are changing, and it's worldwide. And where maladaptation has to be discerned, avoided, and overcome. The maladaptation can be recognised well by considering, for example, in the UK, £20 billion a year are paid from welfare to landlords to supplement rent. Relative to population size, it is the equivalent in Aotearoa. Here, $4 billion of welfare annually are given to landlords. Landlords are a major sector receiving welfare. It is unjust and unsustainable. It is an extraordinarily inefficient way to provide housing and maintains a housing real estate bubble. But what is worse is that in non-welfare societies, there is instead informal housing or squatters in slums. 20% of residents in Suva, Fiji, are squatters. 40% of residents in Honiara and the Solomons are squatters. Every major city in Africa and South America have adjacent slums. In Selwyn, it is already beginning, with some people circulating freedom camping areas. The third point I wish to make is that we can nonetheless do better than go into denial about this, about the dilemma of the inevitability of the emergence of slums in the district, or that the lower socioeconomic sector is excluded from belonging in Selwyn and are forced to commute to Selwyn to work. Already, many workers in Selwyn are commuting from the poorer suburbs of Christchurch because they cannot afford rental accommodation here where they work. So they don't feel at home or that they belong. I suggest that a way forward that allows working people to live and feel at home in the district is to formalise informal housing. And I've seen this work in the Pacific. And that could be done by the council continuing and extending the provision of licenses to occupy Crown land. This can enable working people to avoid poverty traps and to provide a transition for them to step up towards owning their own property. This can help overcome the current housing maladaptation and ensure all those working in the district feel at home and that they belong here. And also, this concern is especially pertinent because of climate change, which is bringing the likelihood that we need to proactively, with an open heart, prepare to welcome and to make feel at home an influx of environmental refugees over the next century. And I'm saying these things from experience, living and working in the Pacific, and also my family, we have a license to occupy Springston South Reserve. And it's really worked for us. We're very grateful and very appreciative for the 25 years we've had that. It's enabled us to live here and make the most of the district, which we really appreciate. Good schools, close to universities, school bus to the gate practically. And it's a great sort of natural place. That's why we like it. And also where it is, it's the cultural heritage as well. And also it enables us to live our traditions and continue to provide for our extended family and village in Samoa. So it's worked for us, and we know that it can work for a lot of other people. My wife works at the freezing works at Burnham, and she knows how fortunate we are compared to so many of her workmates. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in and presenting that to us. I've got a couple of questions. Firstly, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Keith. I wanted to just ask if you could give me an example of what you refer to as informal housing, that we need to embrace that.
Well, I suggest we need to formalise informal, because informal means you don't own the land or you don't pay rent. Like in Suva, that means squatting on either government land or on the Itoke land, the indigenous landowners. And it's allowed, people are allowed to do that, and the council provide the facilities and enables people to work there, go to school and work. And so it works well there.
Can I just clarify, in Suva, is that more relaxed in terms of the building standards, so they're self-built properties or government provided?
That's exactly why I think if it's proactively seek to formalise informality, then you can have things like building codes included in a licence to occupy. Like I'm happy to see starting in Upper Selwyn Huts, that's good, that's now coming on board. Because if the council keeps some control of that, you won't have just shacks just going up everywhere, people in tents and that sort of thing. If you make it possible for people to go in that in-between state where what they can afford. So it's interesting hearing a previous submitter talk about affordability.
Thanks, Keith. In your view around this formalised informal housing or licences to occupy, is that in one or two places, or are you thinking that should be in each of our townships?
Well, I think to me the important thing is that they feel part of the community, because that's actually the problem with Selwyn Huts. Like it's a separate thing and it's become dysfunctional because they actually feel at war and so on. But part of communities, integral part of communities, and accessing the facilities, like went to the JP at the library last night. It was wonderful being in there. So just being able to go to those and enjoy those sorts of facilities, those sorts of things. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate you taking the time to come in and present it to us. We'll be making decisions over the next couple of weeks. So thank you.
Okay.
Councillors, that brings us to morning tea. I'll adjourn the meeting and we start again with Mike Chaffee at 10:20. Thank you. Councillors, with a couple of people who haven't arrived yet, Mike Chaffee, submitter 84, and Nikki Snoink is due in another 10 minutes. But Linda Clock is here with us this morning. She is submitter number 96, and it's on the submission's on page 22 of your agendas for today. And I've asked Linda to present slightly earlier. Linda, thank you for that and for your written submission that we've received. And this morning is an opportunity for you to add anything you'd like to that submission, draw out any points that you'd like to emphasise, and we've allowed about 10 minutes for the presentation. So I hand the floor over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to all of you. And I appreciate you listening to the community. Basically, I want to say my name is Linda Clark, and I also am part of a group that is called CCS Disability Action. What I would like to say is in this last census in 2023, we saw in Selwyn we have about 78,000 people. I'm not sure if you are aware, in the 2018 census of the national census, we have 24.5 people in that census have a disability, which means if I use that stats for Selwyn, you are looking at people with disabilities, 19,000 in the Selwyn district, which is not a majority group anymore. It's actually a huge group. But what I want to say today is not only for people with disabilities, it is also for the elderly and people that have a disability for a time because they have an injury and that makes it difficult for them to move. So I want to do things that is very practical that I just want to highlight. First of all, I do want to say to you, thank you so much for helping people with disabilities, for instance, at the swimming pool and at the Selwyn facilities. The swimming pool, I can take a carer in free of charge. And because I can use the Hapai card, I can also get a discount. So I really, really appreciate that. I appreciate what you have done here in the town centre, that a lot of that facilities is actually flat. You know, I can move around. And even the skate park gives me a little bit that I can go through, and that's very nice to do. The practical things that I would like to suggest today is really three things. First of all, I went to the library and went to the council here, and there is no place where I can get a map that tells me what is the footpaths in Selwyn. And it's actually much safer for me to get to a place going through a park on that footpath than on the sidewalks. A lot of the sidewalks in Selwyn is not really flat. They at the angle. They're not. They have tree trunks and everything, so there's obstacles in them. So it is easier for me if I can go through the parks, but it is a case of you need to discover it because there's no map that I could get that, and also no map that I can look at and go like, oh, I can travel today a little bit to Lincoln or to this or that place. It is all I need to go on the wheelchair and go like, we will see where I end up, which I would really appreciate if we can look into creating a map. The only map that you have is one with streets in. So yeah, if we can look at that. Then the other thing is public transport. At this moment, for me to get to Christchurch, I need to use a disability taxi, which is limited here in Selwyn. I can't go on the bus. Some people have said to me, yes, the bus service can take it, but there's no clear indication which buses I need to catch that will tell me that we'll be able to take a wheelchair and how it works. So I would really like to ask that you look into what is the public transport for us to move around. To me, it's important that people with elderly and also with disabilities can move around in the community and be easy to move around, because it's important for us to actually have social interaction, and it's not always just meeting people at a cafe. So that brings me to the other thing, is the building consents that you do. Everything that I see these days with the new builds, they always have a step, and quite a high step. So unless I can get into the house through the garage, there's no way that I can visit those friends. I always will need to visit them outside of the house, because the building consent doesn't make it wheelchair friendly at all. And not only for normal houses, I would suggest just a percentage of normal houses that you look into making it wheelchair accessible at least. The other thing is to get into facilities. If I, for instance, go into the new sports centre here, and it has happened a few times, I need to go to the toilet. I can't open that door, it's too heavy. So I go to the receptionist, ask them to please open the door so I can go to the toilet. And then I need to educate them to stand there and see when I pull the handle to open the door again so I can get out. Because if they move, then I'm stuck there. So things like that. A lot of places I go, then they have a sticker on there and say it's wheelchair friendly. And I go like, oh, that's very nice, but either the door is too heavy or it moves to the wrong side and I can't get in and out. So I'm getting used to just asking random strangers to open doors and do things for me. But that's me. Not everybody feels that they can do it. The other thing is also that I have seen recently when I visit friends, especially in the new areas, the sidewalks is actually quite high, about 5 centimeters, that you need to ramp up with a wheelchair. Now, a wheelchair like mine can do it. A normal one will struggle. People on a disability scooter will really struggle, and that could fall over. So that is a big concern to me, that for a lot of the sidewalks in the new builds, if you can't find it, you can't get into even the property if you can get into the house. That's basically all I wanted to say, and I'm open for questions.
Linda, thank you for that. Just on your last point there, you're talking about what they're termed mountable curbs, but what you're saying is they're not particularly mountable. Just the sort of angled concrete edge between the footpath and the road. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. So they are angled, but they're very high.
Great. Thank you. Nicole.
Thank you. Thanks so much for coming to speak to us. As others know, Sam particularly, the low profile curving is something that I have raised a number of times, and it's good to hear that you are raising it now. Unless we've got cut downs, you can't cross the road, is what you're trying to say.
Exactly. Even if you go out of some of the parks, the footpath will end, and then there's no going down into the road.
Yeah.
It's just you need to jump this bar to get into the road, to cross the road.
Yeah, well, you need to go until you can find a cut down, which however long it is along that.
Yes, that is true, but quite often that's a main road that is through the park
doesn't take you there. Now, interesting you raised about the map. My understanding is a few years back that staff were looking at a map that they had, and I thought it was with footpaths and showing different routes. So that's something that we can follow up. It's a good suggestion that you've made regarding that. And public transport, I'm sure we'll be able to follow up about that as well. And you know that public transport is run by ECAN as opposed to us, but we can find out more information. Yeah. So thank you for coming in to talk to us.
Thanks for going, Elizabeth.
I think that was really helpful. Just wanted to know if CCS has got, because you've mentioned lots of problems here, has got a list of solutions that they would like to present to council. Because you've talked about some really simple things like the doors too heavy and it opening the wrong way. It'd be great to have those solutions listed so that the staff can just have something to reference to put into the document. Do you guys have anything currently on?
Elizabeth, this isn't the CCS submission. This is Linda's personal submission.
Sorry.
It's all right, but I can ask CCS if they have something like that which we can present. They will be really happy to do that. So Mary, that is talking after me, she has more information about CCS and can help you with that.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you very much for the submission. Are there any toilets within locally that you've seen that do have an accessible door? And an example I'm thinking of as a solution is a push button sliding door, but is there an example of any accessible door that you've seen?
Your one here is accessible. There is one at the new library, but it is very narrow. So for a wheelchair like mine, it's fine. For a bit bulkier wheelchair, electronic one, you will really struggle to get in there. The ones at the swimming pool is fine. Yeah.
Thank you.
Linda, thank you for coming in today and presenting that to us. We'll be considering your points over the next couple of weeks before we finalise the document. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right. Oh, here.
We don't have Mike or Nikki here yet. Mary O'Brien is due to join us online. Mary, I understand you're online with us today. We're just getting the video sorted in the room so that we can see you. But if we could have your submission next, that would be great. I'll let you know when we can see you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Mary, we can see you clearly here. Thank you very much for your written presentation, which has been read by the councillors. And today is an opportunity for you to highlight anything in that submission or bring any new information to our attention. We've got about 10 minutes for you to talk with us and then maybe some questions at the end. So I'll hand the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and councillors and staff. As you know, my name is Mary O'Brien. I'm the Southern Region.
Sorry, Mary, I'll just get you to pause. Our volume in the room isn't quite loud enough to hear you.
Look at mine. Yeah.
If you just tell us about your breakfast or something else as a bit of a practice for us to get the volume right in the room, that'd be great.
Okay, that'd be good.
Oh, there we go. He didn't even need to get to breakfast. So that's good.
Oh, that is good. I was going to talk about the Otago sunshine.
Well, you're welcome to continue with that and then back into your submission. But thank you again, and I'll hand the floor to you.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship, councillors and staff. I'm the Access Coordinator for CCS Disability Action across the Southern region. So as well as providing support for disabled people to live the lives that they want in the community, we have a strong advocacy arm, and we also provide a number of accessibility products for use by councils, and I'll talk about those a bit later. I support Linda's acknowledgement that the council has tried to create a more inclusive and equitable community, and we consider that in the framework you've got a lot of opportunities to do that, particularly around transport, and we would like to work with you to do that. Really pleased to see that in the officer's report, section 5.1.6 about disadvantaged people, I think that makes a huge difference to actually identify and spell out that there are groups of people in your community who are significantly disadvantaged. And some of the things that we talk about, just actually moving around the community, makes a difference to whether or not the child gets an education or people can go to the doctor and things like that. We're pleased to see that, and we would like to see it stay. Also, the changes in your Appendix 1, the wording changes recommended in point 5 and point 6, we strongly recommend that the council accept these changes. I won't go through them again. So I just want to talk a bit about housing and transport and the council's contribution. Understand that you don't provide the bus services. So your plan talks a lot about inequitable and livability, equity and livability in your plan, and those are really important. And key enablers to a livable society are good housing and good transport, and by good we mean accessible transport. And I think that when you're looking through your plan, particularly around housing, you need to think about the housing experiences of disabled people are actually pretty grim. Disabled people have poorer wellbeing, and we know that housing contributes to improved wellbeing. So most disabled people live in some standard accommodation, which is often cold, mouldy, and inaccessible. They're more likely to be renters, more likely to live on the outskirts of towns and cities where public transport is absent and limited. In addition to this, it's often very difficult to move around neighbourhood areas because of poor quality of footpaths, and that's just what Linda has been speaking about with you. And I think a really important thing to note, Waka Kotahi commissioned in 2022, they did a research project around the transport experience of disabled people. And one of the key findings in that is because the time and effort required, disabled people forgo many journeys and that would otherwise support their wellbeing. So Linda's story reflects that too. And we hear from people all the time that they just don't go out because it's just too hard. And those are things that I think the council could address over time in this plan. Particularly with housing, by providing warm, accessible housing in close proximity to goods and services is really important. And this fits in with things that are in the plan in the 10 or 15 minute city. From what I've seen of your housing intensification plans and rules, I think more work needs to be done around accessibility for this to occur. For example, some of the what do you call them? Terrace houses with 2 or 3 stories, there's no lift in those. And whilst it might be expensive, a lot of people just simply will self-select themselves out from living there because they can't get up and down the stairs, can't get to their bedrooms. And this will increase as our population ages. This is a really big problem for us, the ageing population. And I noted that in the council's consultation around your long-term plan, people said they wanted to grow old in Selwyn. So I think that's really important that you think about that. Yeah, so you do need to do that. One of the things that some other councils are doing are incentivising developers to actually adhere to some accessibility standards. So, for example, for things like one council gave developers an increased footprint if they had their house signed off by an accessibility provider and reviewer, and that is LifeMark. Some other councils have given developers a small refund on their concept, on their on their consenting fees. We're really pleased to see that the sustainability and accessibility are included in the plan and that they're linked together. It's good to see that, because if you can create transport mode shift, more people will be able to use public transport if it's accessible, and in time that will contribute to a reduction in vehicle kilometres travelled. We recommend that you take the whole of journey approach and consider people's journey from leaving home to the return journey. And most of that journey is actually, or a good part of it is actually under the council's purview for things like information, footpaths, those sorts of things. We'd really like to work with you on that. We think it's important that the council include accessibility in all steps of transport planning, and this includes discussing it with disabled people, community engagement groups, addressing accessibility in planning and design, and conducting accessibility audits. I just want to refer now to some of the things that were raised by Linda in talking about solutions. Accessibility is really quite complex because everybody is so different. And one of the issues that we have in New Zealand is that our accessibility standards are quite old and they no longer cover all the needs that people have. For example, people who use mobility vans, which are now longer to accommodate the larger, heavier wheelchairs, mobility parks aren't long enough for them. So that means you might be able to get into the park. You can't actually get out of your vehicle because you can't open the rear loading door, or on the side, if it's a side loading vehicle, often the curb cuts are too steep for people. So we do have solutions, but it's not one size fits all. So what that really means is measuring and auditing. And we have a number of processes. I spoke before about LifeMark, that's the CCS Disability Action Company, which works with homeowners and developers and aged care providers about developing accessible buildings and properties and homes. And in particular, what they do is that they'll give a house a rating. So it's similar to the rating that you see on an electric appliance, their accessibility ratings. This is a really good way to achieve that. I think it's important to note that accessible buildings and housings aren't by default ugly. And a lot of people are put off by that because they think it's ugly or it's more expensive. If you address accessibility at the beginning of the building, it's not a lot expensive. And I think most of us would really enjoy the lot of lovely wet area accessible bathrooms that we see around. With regard to transport, we collaborate with the transport engineer and we conduct street accessibility audits. And basically what this is a identify an area that the council's thinking of improving. We would conduct the accessibility audit there for you in conjunction with local disabled people, and then provide a list of prioritised recommendations that fit with improving accessibility. And the recommendations basically come in two broad groups. The one is defects that need to be addressed immediately because they're hazards or safety risks, and then the others that you can include in your ongoing maintenance. So yeah, we would like to talk to you about those things, and we're really keen to work with the council. We can see that you want to make Selwyn a really good place, and we would really like to be involved in supporting the council with that. We note in the officers' plan that officers report to the council that it's a community and council effort. One of the really basic key things we can do is promote community engagement meetings to the local disabled people that we support. Not individually, it would have to be across the board, but those sorts of things, yeah. So thank you for this time. We'd like to talk with you about the other solutions that Linda mentioned and looking at a systematic way of improving them. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary, for that and for your offer of partnering and supporting some of the solutions that you're seeking as well. There's some questions in the room, firstly from Sophie.
Kia ora, thank you very much for speaking, and to Linda as well. It's good to you're still here as well. So I know that most of our facilities we've been working with Barrier Free Trust, but you've mentioned about the accessibility standards possibly being out of date, so that's something that we'll probably need to follow up there. My questions were, one was you mentioned about townhouses, and obviously there's the difficulty of going up and all that sort of thing. Wondering if you had any thoughts regarding apartments as an accessibility option rather than townhouses walking up between the different floors. And the other question was, I'm interested to find out which council it is that's been offering incentives to use more accessible design.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I omitted to mention the Barrier Free Trust. That's the CCS Disability Action organisation as well. So I'm really pleased to hear that you're working with them. With apartments versus walk-ups or anything like it, it's not so much the nature of the building, it's the accessibility factor of it. And some of the things are really quite straightforward, like having level entry, wider doors, those sorts of things, and different levels of accessibility. So some need to be fully accessible for people who are significantly disadvantaged, and others just perhaps for an older person who is generally quite well but has some mobility issues, perhaps they've got arthritis or something like that. Yeah. Sorry, did you have another question?
Yeah, sorry. You mentioned that there were some councils that have been incentivising developers to...
Oh, yes. Thames Coromandel and Hamilton. I can send you some information around that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nicole.
Thanks for coming to talk to us, and you heard that I talked to Linda after her talk, and it's good to hear how you're talking about how important it is for a whole journey to be looked at for a disabled person or for just getting around our district. So as Sophie also said, so you raised about the standards, accessibility standards need review. Do you have any idea if when that's going to happen or anything like that?
There's no real indication it's going to happen. We did have the Accessibility for New Zealanders bill, which seems to be in limbo now. So I really can't give you a definitive answer about that, but I don't think it would be in the near future. So that's one of the reasons why we partner with the transport engineer to do the street accessibility audits and mobility park reviews and things like that.
So you guys have a document that can say what is preferred standards now, or what you would see as preferred sizes of parks and stuff like that, like car parks and stuff?
Yeah, the parking thing's a bit tricky because it depends where it is, for example. So we've got some lovely new parks in the new main street of Dunedin, and the whole pavement is level, and that's so easy people can get in and out. But if it's on a hill or somewhere or a slight incline, and it's close to an important facility, say a doctor's or things like that, then we would give recommendations around making it the best it possibly can be. Because that's, you're not going to dig up the pavement or level out the area, those sorts of things. Yeah.
No, I'm just more thinking from us with builds that we're doing, that we have to put in car parks, whether there's some preference that you've, some standards that you see that we should be looking at to use.
Yeah, I think that's where it comes into doing access audits of your initial plans when you're doing them, and not waiting till the end, because it's, as I said, it's quite difficult. If it's flat, it's easy. It's longer and wider. And what we would like to see, if it's, the cross-hatching on both sides of the park, so that people can alight from either side and not be in the live traffic lane, those sorts of things. Yeah.
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 Shane. Thank you very much for your submission. I'm just thinking of accessibility and maps and transport, and just having a look through your website now. Do you or any of the other subsidiaries currently have digital infrastructure in place that we could potentially add to with maps for accessibility? I know this is Waikirikiri focused at the moment, but surely it must be all of New Zealand local government potentially add to a map that everybody can access. Do you have any software in place at the moment?
We don't, but I am aware of somebody that's developing that, and I'm not quite sure what stage that's in, but I could follow that up for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and even some interesting things. The Dunedin City Council has recently changed its online mobility parking information, and they've made a simple change by colour coding the different parks, and then people who want to use it can click on it and they get a little bit more information about the length of the park and things like that. So they've got a better idea if that's going to fit their vehicle. It's not a long-term solution, but it does make it easier for people. They can plan their journeys a little bit more carefully.
Yeah, thanks. And Elizabeth.
Thank you. Very interesting topic. Just in line a little bit on the back of what Shane said, do you guys have some sort of accreditation type tick, like Lifton said, green ticks or red ticks for businesses and companies and hotels and things that have a disability tick, so that it's really easy for people to go and say, okay, this is a place that's easy access for me, it's got the tick. Do you have something like that already in the pipeline?
No, we don't have things like that in the pipeline. Some other businesses have specific bits, like there's an accessibility tick for IT services and those sorts of things, but we don't have anything like that, no.
Mary, thank you very much for your presentation today and answering those questions. Councillors will be considering where we go with this plan over the coming weeks, so we appreciate your thoughts and contribution.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's great to talk with you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Councillors, the next presenter is Kerry Barnett. Kerry, you're online and muted currently. We can see you now. Thank you for your submission to us, which has been read by the councillors in the room. We've allowed 15 minutes for this presentation and any questions that you might have. So feel free to highlight any of the points you've already made or bring any new information to our attention. And I'll hand the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to test that you can hear me.
We can. Thank you.
Okay. The second thing I want to ask is I pre-circulated a written statement to the council on Wednesday this week. Have you received that?
Yes, everyone's got that.
Okay, thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, and hello everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present ASAI's submission today. And I will just present the short statement that you've already got, and I'll probably summarise that. I have to apologise. I have a cough at the moment, so we'll just see how it goes. And if things get bad, I'll just refer you to read the rest of the statement that I've provided. As you already know, I'm the Environmental Planning Advisor for ESAI. I've listed my qualifications at the bottom of the statement for your reference, and I've also attached Annexure 1 to the statement for you to see just where ESAI's catchment is and some general points about the organisation. In paragraph 1.2 of my statement, I've also listed the various stakeholders and organisations that we like to think we have a good working relationship with, and we thank those parties for all the work they do. As you know, we've submitted on future Selwyn, and just want to reiterate that our submission covers all 100 individual submitters from our group. And I would also say that I have read the officer's draft report, and I'll just be responding to that today. At point 2, some general comments and just a reflection that, yes, there's a number of organisations that would have submitted. The officer report has just offered as a breakdown of how many disagree, agree, support, part support. And so we just wanted to reiterate there's a number of organisations that represent a large number of people. To point 3 of my statement, I'll just direct you to figure 1 on the next page, page 4. So what ESAI is suggesting there is just a little tweaking of the strategy diagram and how it flows. So we've just made a suggestion that where the outcomes were originally listed alongside the directions, that it sort of flow more in a logical flow there, and that we have the initial desired or outcomes or goals, followed by the directions, the strategic priorities, and just inserting that last step of final outcomes, recognising that sometimes through those stages, the original outcomes do take on a different look at the end of the process. And we've also added in alongside that, additionally, that of course you will have your monitoring of actual outcomes and the deliverables as a check back on how things are going. So I won't bother reading paragraphs 3.1 to and 3.2, and just direct you to paragraph 3.3, and we've just got some further suggestions there for in response to the officer's recommendation, just taking out outcomes and supporting outcomes and inserting goals there. And under the officer report heading of use of Te Reo and Te Ao Māori principles, we do support the officer's recommendation in Appendix 1 of his report. There's just a little probably typo there where there's a bit of an inconsistency in the report. So we just wanted to specifically state, yes, we support his suggestion at point 13 of Appendix 1 and ensuring that all translation appear with the same emphasis. Next, moving on to transport. ESAI simply wishes to advise councillors and staff that with increased urban development in less populated rural towns, traffic slowing mechanisms or organisational mechanisms invariably occur which may not be conducive to highly necessary large machinery and transport requirements for those small towns, and they're essential to a good functioning rural township with the primary production that surrounds it. So I've just got an example of one that ESAI has been concerned about and previously presented at a plan change hearing some years back on Leaston's newest development. And that's just a proposed roundabout at the intersection of Clawson Avenue and High Street in Leaston. As you'll know, that serves as an offshoot of the heavy traffic bypass that goes along Station Street. So our concern is that if there is a roundabout put in there, there needs to be some careful consideration as to how raised and manoeuvrable that will be for combine harvesters, for example, stock and transport trucks actually reaching the likes of the town centre and industrial zones, which they are trying to get to. We certainly don't want the situation of those sort of vehicles having to go through the centre or outskirts of the urban area or past Ellesmere College, for example, the preference is to have a direct route for that sort of machinery. And to urban form and sprawl, we just wanted to reiterate the concerns raised in the submission that we're becoming more concerned about the environmental capacity that the district has and how it plans to minimise and avoid environmental adverse impacts that will probably and inevitably come with the increase in population that's projected over the next 30, 50 to 100 years. Some townships may have already reached their environmental capacity, and what ESAI is doing currently is actually having to keep an eye on a lot of that development now, just to see how things sit for those that are down gradient in terms of ground and surface water contamination and waste debris that some properties are experiencing further downstream. And this comes perfectly timed after listening to the previous presenter that we also agree with the officer recommendations on page 25 in relation to disadvantaged people. Turning now to a stronger focus on rural communities, I think it was one of the things that our group felt strongly about when we first read the strategy was our concern with perhaps slightly less attention to the rural community and the production that happens there. So that's very much driven our submission today. And so we just wanted to say here that we support in part the amendment proposed in the officer's report and the recommendation of 5.3.1a. And we just propose a further amendment there and recognising that rural Selwyn is also cherished, and just a slight change to the wording, taking out farming and just recognising all primary production activities, including food and fibre and the processing of that product. Environmental considerations, we just wanted to mention here that ESAI wishes to reiterate that any references to climate change and the impact of human activities should be general in nature and not specific to one particular emitter in the strategy. Greenhouse gas emission science is constantly changing as technology and research progresses through more accurate methods of calculating and tracking emission location, composition and rates. And this is in respect to both natural and human induced emissions. So until such time as there is certainty and agreement both internationally and nationally on these matters, legislative and regulatory statements and provisions should, in our view, remain unspecific in nature. So all our request is there is that such references in future Selwyn should remain general at this point. And lastly, in response to questions 3 and 4 of the consultation document relating to directions and their priority for Selwyn, ESAI took the opportunity to provide some prioritisation suggestions and rewording of some of those directions just to streamline them a bit and minimising some repetition. So we just simply request that the councillors and staff recognise those. Essentially what we're saying, for the rural area, if we can get priority into those real crux things that we see as the core business of the council, then we think that the community matters will fall out to some extent at the end, and that they will be looked after as a part of the process of prioritising those other things. And to conclude, we just want to say thank you again for the council and officers for considering the submission.
Thank you for presenting that. And cough stayed away. Well done and managed. Questions from councillors. First up, Sophie.
Yeah, kia ora, Casey. Carrie. Thank you very much. So obviously, after we've got this part, we go into area plans, and a good portion of that is Ellesmere, obviously. So I'm sure we'll get more specific at that point. But I was just wondering, you mentioned obviously there's a big push at the moment around housing growth, and you've mentioned around the concerns the implications for that for rural townships and the carriage, but also the transport through there. And I'm just thinking, like, So does that mean that you at ESAI would prefer as little growth as possible in rural townships, including less intensification to protect the rural area, the transport routes, their potential pollutants and everything else? Would you prefer us to focus that growth elsewhere, seeing as we're supposed to be, trying to plan for 30 years worth of growth and all that sort of stuff?
I guess that is the general crux of how we tend to address things when it comes to those townships that are nearest or in our catchment. But we're very open. We realise that there is demand there for people to live in those environments. So we played a part, and we're part of the consultation on the previous area plans for those townships. And we intend to be part of the process in the next iteration of them. I guess our concern is that whilst we did that last time, we found that we're having to participate in submitting on new plan changes that expand perhaps beyond what the council's actually planned for, and where the council hasn't been able to counteract any appeals to the Environment Court on those, and that the growth is sort of happening regardless of what people want. So our intention is just to keep our eye on the ball on that. But yeah, we would generally prefer that if there was going to be growth, that it's definitely previously catered for by the council and isn't putting extra pressure on, and just be part of the picture and have the rural community, the rural stakeholders involved in that process probably a lot earlier than having to submit on plan changes.
Gary, Shane. Gary, and I really appreciate all of the work that you've put into your submission, and as a previous submitter put forward accessibility, not only for individuals, but for rural townsfolk as well. I think it's a wonderful opportunity in the future of Waikirikiri to discuss these, and you've put that clearly in 5.3.1a in your amendment in that, to ensure that we're working together with our cherished communities, those being locally, centrally or whatever it is, and rurally, to plan for an accessible environment which caters for development in the appropriate places. And you've really pointed all that stuff out. So an example, I think that roundabout was LTP 2829. So plenty of time potentially, if it's not moved forward, to work with council as rural submitters and SAI to come up with a solution that's practical and that's beneficial for accessibility purposes, including individuals. So yep, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Let's keep going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Megan.
Kia ora. Kia ora, Kerry. We've met a number of times with you engaging with Tony Turenga. So nice to see you again in this forum. Given that I'm in here as a representative from Mana Whenua, it would be wrong of me to not ask the question about the statement that you made in the submission, that the document prioritises mighty aspirations, which could potentially cause a divide between cultures in Selwyn. And I wanted to know, what do you mean by that?
Okay, I think it was perhaps it came from the heading in the title of the report, that there was just a number of headings there within the report that were in Maori, and that some of the terms within the document weren't explained for or translated, and there wasn't a glossary or anything in it. So we were just concerned that potentially there was an imbalance there, and we were just pointing that part of the submission towards, okay, you know, we've all come to New Zealand for a better life, and that we would like to just have the reflection and a bit of making sure the balance is there. So it wasn't any disrespect to Mana Whenua, but it was just making sure that we've all got our ducks in a row, perhaps, and that we're not just getting our balance slightly out of kilter. So, and we were just very mindful that, you know, there's so many different cultures within Selwyn, and we wanted to just recognise that, you know, we're just in the document like to have that balance and make sure that there's those explanations there, because we very much do value our connections with mana whenua, particularly Te Tau Mutu Runanga, and we want to build on the relationship that has grown very much in the last 3 years in a really positive way.
Okay, so by having the Te Reo language in there, without a glossary, created an imbalance towards Māori.
No, I think it. Yeah, I think it was just some of the concern that you know, whilst we're addressing that, there's a number of people that may not have been understand some of those terms, and they may have felt like they weren't being recognised when we're wanting the whole community to be recognised by the documents. That's where we're suggesting and where we agree with the recommendation of the officer that certainly where there's words that may be less well known or understood in some of the community, is that we have those recognised in a glossary, or, you know, I mean, for myself, I know what most of the meanings of those words are, but if we're trying to address a wider community and they're not so sure, then yeah, a glossary and just the additional meanings of some of those words with a encouraged to have a similar font size, etc., just makes it all complete for everybody. That was our view on that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I guess I was a bit surprised to see this sort of the SAI submission, given the development of the relationship, because there has been movements to recognising that acknowledgement of Indigenous communities and Indigenous peoples is actually a separate thing altogether than acknowledgement of a multicultural society. They're two different things, but they're actually complementary. So yeah, it would be wrong with me to sit here and not discuss it.
Yes,
so kia ora.
that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today, and for the answers to those questions. We'll be considering the finalisation of this document over the coming weeks, and we'll take into account the things you've shared. So thank you.
No, thank you.
The next presenter is Susan O'Rourke, who is online with us. Kia ora, Susan. Or Suzanne, sorry.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Just council, this is on page 35 of today's agenda. Suzanne, we've got 15 minutes now to hear your presentation, and you're welcome to elaborate on anything that was in your original submission. Councillors have read that though already, and if there's any new information you want to bring to our attention today, feel free to do that as well. And then maybe some time for some questions at the end. So I'll hand the floor to you.
Wonderful, thank you. I am expecting to be joined by my colleague Rob Stevens, but I know he had a technical issue, so I will start, and then if he comes on, I'll pause so that he can introduce himself. So yeah, kia ora, thank you for having me here. I'm based up in the Waikato, so unfortunately I'm not there in person, but I have recently been down there and been to the Darfield site, so very familiar with the area. So I'm Suzanne O'Rourke. I'm the National Environmental Policy Manager for Fonterra, been with Fonterra for a few years now, and been quite involved with some work in the Selwyn district. So yeah, I represent Fonterra. Obviously, Fonterra is New Zealand's largest company. We've got in New Zealand we have 12,000 staff, and the Darfield site is our key asset within Selwyn district. So we have the factory, and we also have the surrounding land we used for irrigation, which is a really important part of our operation. We established the site in 2012. It was the first new build within 14 years, so a really significant piece of work to develop that site and get it to the place it is today. Just flicking between a screen. Thank you. So yeah, it's a significant site. Most of the product which is created there is exported through to Littleton Port. So really important to not only the existing site, but the infrastructure links that we have with rail, road and the port. We also have a farm source store in Leeston, which is another part of our interest in the district. So we've been really involved in policy processes within the Selwyn district. Initially, that was involved securing resource consents to establish the site. Following on from that, we had Plan Change 50, which was provided to, again, authorise the existing activities and provide for future expansion. And more recently, and where I became involved was through the Selwyn District Plan Review. So we have been involved in that process and attended the hearings as part of that. And more recently, we have an appeal on that plan process. So that appeal relates to a concern we have around proposed urban intensification just south of our irrigation farm. If approved, that intensification activity has the potential to create reverse sensitivity effects for Fonterra and some quite considerable odour spray drift effects if those neighbours establish in that area. So Fonterra always engages in these types of strategic processes. It's really important to ensure, obviously, the operation can continue and to ensure that any significant effects can be avoided or mitigated. So we provided some comments on future Selwyn. Those are captured in section 2 of our submission. I'd like to acknowledge the officer's report. So really, really pleased to see recognition for reverse sensitivity in there. So that additional direction that has been proposed, we are very supportive of having that included. Quick to my final note. So we do consider that concept could go further. And within the strategic priority, our economy, we have suggested some additional wording to further recognise the importance of regionally significant industry. That's a really key issue for Fonterra. It is fundamental to our business and fundamental to ensuring that we can continue to operate. We were also looking for some further recognition around the importance of road and rail. So in the movement section, we also suggested some additional wording. I don't believe that's been accepted to recognise how important those that network is to the existing business at Darfield. And just that final point. So in terms of the district picture maps, there is a dot that has been obviously identified on those maps. It's quite difficult to see what the extent of that dot is. And as you obviously zoom in, it does eventually sort of go. And so it's quite difficult to understand what the growth of Darfield could be like going forward. And that's obviously a concern for us, as we've seen as part of the appeal, that growth could compromise existing activities, particularly around the Darfield site. So yeah, in summary, we support the Future Selwyn document. We think it is a really great document for providing some direction for future growth. But we have a couple of amendments here that we're looking for to ensure that there's ongoing protection and operation of the Darfield site. So that's very much a summary of the submission. Very happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Suzanne. And Rob will probably just go right at the end to show his face and say thank you to you for presenting on his behalf. A question from me is around how specific we need to get at this level of document, and following on from this, there'll be area plans done and a focus on Melbourne and Darfield growth will be further identified. Are the changes that you're looking to make, do you think that needs to be made now in this document, or are there things that will flow into subsequent things when the detail is a lot more specific?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the sooner those, sorry, I just had a bit of echo there, the sooner those concepts are introduced, and particularly at the more sort of high level strategic type documents, they do tend to flow through to further documents. So obviously at a regional level, it's great to have the recognition for industry at that type of document. And then in these future development strategies, which then obviously flow through into more detailed documents, the greater recognition that is there, that we then find that can support those activities going through into those other documents. So absolutely the preference to have it captured within this document.
Cool, thank you. Megan.
Yeah, kia ora. So my question relates to the regionally significant industry. Using that term, I haven't seen that before. I've seen like regionally significant infrastructure, but not industry. Is that common in other kind of district or regional strategic plans?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. We regionally significant industry we see nationally is the more common term in a number of regional policy statements. For example, the Waikato definitely has that phrase, and I appreciate that within the Selwyn context that term infrastructure has been used. For us, the preference is industry because it is quite distinct from infrastructure, which is obviously more your providers of large-scale infrastructure. But I acknowledge that term is already in the plan. So in this context, it could be regionally significant infrastructure, but regionally significant industry would be the preference.
And so with regionally significant industry, from a Fonterra perspective, I know you've got the plant here and down in Timaru, you've got Cleanboy, and so you've got these places where the plants are, but is it the plants that make it a regionally significant industry, or is it the farms, or is it both?
Yes, yeah, it's both, absolutely. So, yeah, obviously they both work together. The factory is, I guess, the heart of it, but in terms of having surrounding land for irrigation, that is a very important part of our operations, and more so going forward as discharges to water become less favourable. So they absolutely work together as one, and together they become regionally significant industry that when you look at the effects that those operations give, the contributions into the local district, that is where it would fall into that category of being regionally significant.
Yeah.
Rob's joined the call. Rob, you've missed the great presentation that's been given, but if there's anything else you'd like to add, bring yourself, feel free to share that now.
Yeah, no, apologies for being late. I was having technical issues, so I will chip in as need be. But my name's Rob Stevens and responsible for Fonterra's regional engagement with local government in the South Island. So nice to be part of this discussion. Back to you, Suze.
I think that brings us to the end of the submission. We started early, Rob, sorry, before the scheduled time. Suzanne, was there anything else you wanted to add?
Sorry, just coming off mute there. No, as I say, really great to have that recognition in the officer's report. It's great to see that further recognition of reverse sensitivity. So appreciate that edit that's been captured, and no, nothing further.
Well, thank you both for your time today and for the thought that went into the original submission to us. We'll be making decisions over the next few weeks and final decisions on the document confirmed later on. So thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
The next presenter is Jade Arnold. This is on page 43 of today's agenda. Just there, Jade, that'll be great. Yeah, take a seat. Okay, I understand you've got two submissions. What one is your own personal submission?
I'm just going to make it one. Why use a line?
You just press the microphone button and find the right hand button. There you go, your microphone's on. Look at that. Hello. Right, good. We've got some time for this, about 15 minutes, and there may be some questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, I'm here, Jane Arnold, on behalf of Ellesmere bus users and supporters. And basically, our issue is surrounding the lack of public transport in rural and township areas. So most of our submission is around that. Just want to say thank you to the government worked on this document and the submitters for making time to prepare their submissions. It's quite a large body of work. But I also want to acknowledge the people that did not make a submission due to circumstance, either lack of time, other priorities, lack of confidence, or overwhelm. Feeling a bit of that myself.
And I just want to say that, not including the views of more people is a loss. So I was determined to come and do this today. Excuse me, shaking over here. So the submission document.
Feel free just to take a deep breath. We're just people here listening to your submission, so
I know. I'm full of I don't know, directed energy. It was like that when I was kind of reading through it, and I was
we can carry on.
Yeah, I'll shake it off 1 hour at a time. Okay, so thank you. And I thought that the submission document, the discussion document that was emailed around was good and had taken on board a lot of our points. I had a few further points to either stress or make, just highlighting the importance of rural and township public transport. So our angle, basically, when we were considering the future Selwyn content, we asked ourselves what was good, bad, or missing. And asked whether the detail and description was at the appropriate level for applicability to us and for future use, because I guess this document's going to last for a while, hopefully. And also, was the future Selwyn consultation well done effectively and robustly? And what learnings and opportunities are available to us through this work? So, in my role as facilitator for the Selwyn Bus Users and Supporters Group, I organised a community meeting on the 3rd of August, which Shane attended as well. And we basically looked at the document that was provided and we collected up feedback. And so our submission is based on that. And yes, I also want to mention that our group contains a diverse range of people representing different user groups and usage needs. So we've also conducted a petition with online nearly 500 signatures. There it is. This is my presentation because I don't have a PowerPoint. Okay, and so these 500 signatures are supporting the growth of a better bus service for Ellesmere. So now I'm going to talk about how the future Selwyn reading, significance, platform and process relates to our group of people and our issue around the current complete lack of public transport to most rural townships in Selwyn, particularly Ellesmere. So what we thought was missing in terms of content, we didn't think that there was enough emphasis on rural and township public transport. Particularly that there was not enough emphasis on the different usage types and needs and solutions that are required for different localities, particularly with respect to public transport. There was not enough inclusion of minority groups and how the differences in use will be explored and incorporated into solutions. Just mentioning that town and rural residents have different rhythms, motivators and decision pathways that residents of larger centres maybe don't kind of perceive, perhaps, and these are important distinctions, I think, in the development of solutions. So we thought that there was perhaps not enough consideration for adaptation and changes over time, and not enough recognition of the interdependence of these directions that were in the document, and how this interdependence will be mapped, and how priorities will be established fairly. And also there was no statement of commitment to feedback, engagement, consultation between residents and representatives and decision makers. And that this connection between council and active citizens is very important, I think, on a vision level, and that the changing ways that the engagement will function in the future is also potentially something that maybe merits reference. Pause. So on that note, I've got a couple of examples. So for example, as residents, actively engaging in Selwyn decisions and directions should be an important and stressed goal, and how we do this is likely to change with time. So, for example, our young people move away so they can access jobs or training, and the commute is expensive, the cost of living will increase. Do we want our young people to have the option of living locally and commuting? And then they add welcome elements to our community cross-section. And my question there is, how can we channel the observations and experiences of young people into better outcomes for the community? That is not grasped within the document, I don't feel. We don't feel. With more centralisation, small businesses need more customers and easier access for local people. Facilitating cheaper, easier local transport might benefit local businesses. And then also on that note, how do small to medium-sized businesses feedback now and in the future? Was there much engagement from township businesses through this process? And that just highlights perhaps an area that could be focused on. Also attracting to the towns and rural areas, that's kind of stressed throughout the document, which is great. But this is more likely to be supported with public transport connections. For example, exchange students, which I believe they require a connection or a strong connection with airports and cities and things like that. My comment there is that this document may become outdated unless it builds in the ability to be refreshed, reviewed, fed into with respect to changing pressures and rules and regulations. Again, on the topic of what's missing, in terms of the platform, although clear and I think really attractive, it seems to be missing out on an important potential aspect, which for me is interactivity and engagement. So it incorporates things like feedback mechanisms, interactivity like live polls, chat or comment collection, even if it's simply directing to another platform for further discussion or forum. And I came at this, or we came at this from a perspective of, for a user of this platform, what use are we other than a viewer? You're missing out on the opportunity to glean from us information that could be valuable for structuring solutions and just shining a light, basically, I guess, on important differences between people. So, as I understand it, the platform is based in ArcGIS and experience. It should be capable, I believe, of integrating surveys 1, 2, 3, which I think is basically an ArcGIS information gathering platform. So even if those features are not really now with the way that things are set up, they should be potentially integratable in the future. And I think that the development of those features is important as technology is just changing very rapidly. And so again, on the topic of what is missing in terms of the process, the engagement process, I just wanted to reflect on the fact that feeding back to council is daunting. And can take time and energy. So not including the views of more people is a loss. It's a loss in terms of uncaptured ideas, observations and knowledge. And it costs our problem-solving efforts and it potentially skews our perceptions. So those people that could not make a submission today due to, or any time during this process due to circumstance, lack of time, other priorities, lack of confidence or overwhelm, are also the same people that could benefit from these communal endeavours like public transport and their overarching vision. So this seems to me like a bit of a trap. So those broad-reaching feedback and engagement mechanisms are vitally important to great solutions, and I believe that that should also be echoed in the vision. So was the level right, or was it too vague? Is there enough detail in this document so that the needs of my group are able to be considered appropriately? Yes and no. In several sections, there was a clear definition and consideration given to the difference between large centres and rural and township places. So I just wanted to acknowledge that you have, you've obviously given that some consideration, but I would like to see that extended through to consultation and solutions. So, for example, public transport was not clearly defined as different in terms of the needs of different communities, localities, or different user groups. And I feel like that should be stressed more. So basically the problem being that the same generic treatment may be applied to completely different community situations, and that possibly results in failing some. So I'll give you an example. In the Future Selwyn document, it says under sustainable transport options, support and develop connected public transport and active transport networks, which I think is great. However, with regards to our recent closure of the 87 bus run by eCare, which was set up basically as a rural version of a city bus model. So, and that city bus model does not suit rural and township use because of the inability of the model to fit our people. We are likely to be omitted from this kind of direction and the provision of public transport in the future. However, it is actually the model that is inappropriate. Instead of trying to fit us to the city bus model, a new model should be supported and developed. I've underlined that with bold because that's your language there. Supported and developed that better suits the different use patterns and needs and processes and solutions that our rural and township users have. For example, a community initiative where the bus drivers are in contact with the passengers might work well for us, but this is completely different from a city bus type of operation. So, oh my God, is it really horrible?
No, we'll find out.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So what we're looking for is a commitment that our differences won't simply exclude us. We want to be part of the solution and accept that one size doesn't fit all. And we want to hear and read that council understand that and are committed to the inclusion and appropriate problem solving for different needs. So again, on this not enough distinction regarding needs, we, rural and township users, need to be considered as distinct at the level of the Future Selwyn documentation to ensure our needs are not overlooked or mistakenly lumped in with larger centres. In addition, the differences between us should be welcomed, explored, accepted, understood and embraced. We are very diverse in our communities and this extends directly into our needs for public transport provisions. And other public provisions as well. Different usage types and user groups directly influences the solutions we come up with. So it makes sense to place emphasis on consideration of needs and user groups in this document. I've got some suggested wording changes. Recognise the unique access and transport patterns and needs of our towns and places, be responsive to the different needs amongst our localities, communities and people with regard to transport, spaces and facilities, support acceptance and inclusiveness of diversity by actively encouraging feedback, developing engagement and feedback mechanisms and the understanding of different needs. And recognise the role of engagement and the connection between residents and decision makers in problem solving and system design. Did we feel that you allowed for effective feedback? Not quite. We were not provided, and this is an example, we were not provided with a partly agree or partly disagree option in a lot of the questions. They were yes or no. And so this partly agree, partly disagree has been inferred by the reviewer. And that makes the effort made by rural submitters feel slightly redundant as the response is being disregarded or interpreted. The partly agree option should have been designed into the feedback form, and it is kind of a flag up or an example that not enough preparation, planning, pre-release consultation or consideration of people's different stances was undertaken. So overall, I think the consultation was not quite considerate, broad, independent, easy, safe, inclusive enough to make everyone feel welcome and confident about feeding back and having their say. Having multiple modes of feedback, however, was a good idea and shows respect that not everyone wants to do this online or has access. So I acknowledge that you have put effort into that. I also felt like there was potentially an underpinning message, an overarching pressure of conformity, which may have deterred some residents from feeding back. And I've got here, for example, we are not cartoons or cows facing the same way all the time. So we have needs, problems, messy family lives, busy lives, logistical difficulties, health issues or disabilities, a strong interest in the environment, a strong interest in small local businesses flourishing and promoting our rural and historic attractions, age differences. And when you portray us all as Rolleston architects on scooters, I'm sorry, it makes us feel like you have forgotten us in your assessment of the district. I noted that cows were allowed in the picture, or facing west, but where are the farmers? Where are those living with a disability? I can see some young persons, including one roof jumper, and I don't know what that was about, but no elderly, no families with more than one child. This doesn't make me confident that we are all adequately included or considered in this vision. So I noted that some residents may have found it off-putting and thought to themselves that you won't want to hear from them because they are a minority. And I think that's a shame.
We're near the end of time on this, so if you've got some concluding comments you'd like to make.
Can I count this towards my own personal bit? Okay. I've got about 3 more slides. Is that going to be okay? Okay. So I just wanted to bring your attention to the what I've been alluding to, the differences between people that live in kind of larger centres and people that live rurally. And I wanted to ask you to think about how long it takes you to get to the supermarket. That obviously depends on where you live. Probably a lot of Rolleston people would not take the bus to the supermarket. And you live in a town where there are 156 bus connections between Rolleston, Lincoln and Christchurch every day, and you don't take one to the shops, and ask yourself why. For rural and township people, we consider every trip with much more detail and consideration. Travel time is longer. On a bus, we get an hour of time to knit or Netflix or whatever, and we save a lot more in petrol. That is to say, we actually have a lot to gain by taking public transport. And our decision process is also different. We'll actively plan our journey so that we can do several things in one trip, because we cannot just pop to the shop. For these reasons, public transport is a relatively more attractive option for rural people. Plus bonus, we will also use more public transport in the city since we don't have our cars with us. So to change public transport habits, rural and township public transport and buses might actually be a better investment than you thought. Without investigating this, would you know about these differences? And would ECAN, without active engagement and being open to different user groups and types, this information would be lost and potentially a lost opportunity. So again, just focusing that the bus model is inappropriate for us. The city bus model, and instead of trying to fit us into that model, a new model should be supported and developed that better suits the different use patterns and needs that our rural and township users have. Engagement is important, and also using council funds effectively is important. So I just wanted to comment on the fact that pursuing a business case through ECAN will probably fail again because they've already demonstrated the inability to make us fit with the bus model, the city bus model. But the fact remains that a lot of people are commuting and a lot of people are looking for alternatives. I believe a significant number of these people would opt to take a bus if the system was appropriately designed for our township and rural usage patterns. I don't think ECAN will consider important and distinctive local considerations like communication with the bus driver, commuter community connection, appropriate bus driver working conditions, different small town culture, honesty, integrity, generosity, consideration, respect, local loyalty, long comfort and logistics. For example, toilet stops, luggage, lighting, bounce and rattle, door-to-door and express varieties of transport. These and many other aspects require careful consideration of local users. This is something ECAN have proved that they cannot do well with the city bus model. And I also noted that we are willing to sacrifice some of the fancier stuff like card readers and sign writing logos, etc., as long as our service is readily available, regular and reliable for us. Probably running out of time, so I'll just note that we are planning to run a survey to try and get information from our different user groups. And yeah, I urge you to consider adopting language and messages that promotes inclusiveness, consider how important it is to gather information effectively, consider the practical use differences and needs of the different localities, communities and groups within communities. And that will help you build better solutions, I hope.
Great, thank you for coming in. Thank you for the empathy that you've shown for many members of our community who haven't been able to come in here and bringing and acknowledging that and the barriers sometimes that organisations and buildings like this can place in front of people. There's a number of questions. Firstly, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Jay. That was really fantastic. I really enjoyed the fact that you're talking about having council really engage with the community to help find the solutions with the community rather than for the community. You're referring to surveys, obviously you're going to undertake one yourself, but you're referring to under the new model, Future Selwyn, being able to interactively do surveys. Rather than, would your preference be to have more localised intentional surveys so the communities of interest are the ones being surveyed rather than the whole wider community, so that those surveys pertain to that community who's been going to be affected by that particular decision? And are you also asking for, from what I can gather, that the surveys have a wider scope for the answers? Is that correct?
Yeah, I think careful consideration needs to be undertaken when you're engaging with the community. So I guess it does depend on the questions that you're asking and what you're looking for. I can give you an example of a fail. So ECAN, before the bus was set up back in 2018, ECAN sent around a little flyer that said, where would you like the bus to go and what time would you like to have it? And that's all that they said on this form. And so they probably got back a bunch of different locations and a bunch of different times. And they've probably just taken the average of the times, which if you know anything about bus times, there's probably a bunch of people that want to go early to work, and then there's probably some grandmas that want to go in for coffee. And if they've taken the average, that probably doesn't suit either of the two groups. So I think it's important to consider the bunching, you know, like, so you're considering the user group and what it is that they're wanting to do. And yeah, so I think getting information is really important, but understanding the information is also obviously really important. So I think, yeah, both of those things need focus.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming to talk to us. So have you and your group raised concerns with ECAN through their long-term plan process?
No, not through the long-term plan process. We missed that.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, and yeah.
Because we as a council, in case you're not aware, have been advocating for more services, and so we have partnered with ECAN to help subsidise services that tried, like the Ellesmere service and such like. And we've also been trying to advocate for Selwyn My Way service. Have you heard of that? So like that Timaru's got.
Yes.
And so we sort of wait and see, but it's good that we have other groups in the community are also advocating for sort of more bus services as well.
Can I just make a point on that, which I think is great. I think My Way is an excellent initiative. I think it's only part of the solution. I think it probably suits some user types, some user groups. And the other thing that I just want to mention is that ECAN really like to put forward these statistics as if they are a measure of the interest and the demand in the community. And I think that that is built on faulty logic. That's like saying how many people in Wollaston go to the circus. There's one circus, it's got 100 seats. It was full, so that's it, 100 people went. I don't think that their numbers reflect the actual true demand, and that's why I think more engagement, more research is needed to be able to answer that question.
It's a good point you've raised about research, having more research. There's a new trial ticketing service that's coming in, which is going to start in Canterbury area. And theoretically, that should be able to give them better information because you will be swiping in and swiping out. So that's where it's good for you guys to still be advocating to them, and then they'll be, hopefully they'll have better records of how many people are actually using the service, where they're getting on and where they're getting off, and such like that.
There'll be none using the service because they've canned the service. So yeah, a very accurate number of 0 users of the service.
I'm aware of that, but it's a progressive thing, and having different ways of going around, having public transport, it's trying to work out a wider scheme, because there's also, as you can appreciate, the costs behind it and where that lands as well.
Well, that's right. And so those systems that are set up are brilliant and, like well used in, Christchurch is pretty good, but Wellington is a perfect example of a fantastic public transport system. And everybody seems to just jump on, jump off, and it's great. But again, scaling that, it's probably labour intensive, perhaps, for a smaller community to construct a system that's going to work well for their community, because they perhaps don't have the numbers to have buses every 15 minutes. So more of that money, more of that investment needs to be spent on, I don't know, a communication or a facility for kind of like a online group or something like that to support that usage. And I think it has to be more community driven, because it can't just be the same as in the city, where it's kind of anonymous bus driver driving past every 15 minutes picking people up. I don't think that will work, and I don't think it fits with our culture either.
Cool. Wait, I think it's going to call for that. Sophie and then Megan.
Yeah. Kia ora, Jace. Thank you very much. Love your energy. No, seriously, you're awesome, and really well articulated, especially around the fact that it is quite intimidating to come in here and have all these eyes directed at you and all this sort of thing. It's actually quite terrifying, and it's bad enough when you're sitting here, let alone when you're there.
Thank you for having me.
No, you're great. I guess so. You've also. It's a really good point regarding ECAN with the business case model. In many ways, they're kind of forced to use that, which is really unfortunate, because it creates the chicken and egg thing. How do you prove that you need the buses, and when you need the buses if there's no bus to prove it, and all that other stuff. And they also have to have this massive focus on commuters, when actually it's people who don't choose to live in they choose to live in a rural town and they live and work in a rural town, but there's not the facilities like the hospitals and other things like that you need to get to. So if you choose to live in a rural town and commute in, that's your choice. But if you need to get out of the town to access things, that's a during the day thing or a weekend thing. There's all sorts of differences. Can I just interject on that? Because
we're just getting into a bit of a conversation here rather than actually hearing from the submitters and asking some questions on some stuff that they've said. So
I did have a question.
Just can you just say back the question, and then if you've got some response, that'd be great.
Okay. The question was, our local ECAN councillor, who does live in your area, often likes to point out that ECAN has a subsidy that they give towards the Ellesmere community bus, the minibus. Which it's interesting to see where, like, how I don't actually ever see any stats on how well that's used or how well it's working. So I just wondered if you had any feedback on that as we consider this whole rural PT thing as part of our future Selwyn.
Yes. Okay. So a couple of things on that note. That particular minibus is bookable. It's a well-used facility within the community. I think sports groups book it, and I think that they're also made available for hospital appointments, things like that. But it's not a regular service. It is a bookable service, and I have attended a meeting of theirs and asked whether they would be interested in kind of like factoring in some kind of regular thing, and they have indicated that they did not want to do that. They wanted it to be available for kind of an on-call. So it's kind of getting close to the my way type situation for that particular service. But the other aspect of that is that they do have trained drivers. They have a structure that's already in place. So it might be that something could be kind of aligned with that, that could be set up. There's another aspect to that I was going to say as well, and it's left me, sorry.
Cool. Thank you for that. And Megan.
Yeah, kia ora. So I'm really pleased that actually we ended up with GAT so we could have more time with you today, because you presented really well and was really articulate. And I had thought, I think I know what she would have to say, given that you represent the Ellerslie Bus Users Group, but actually, no, I totally underestimated that you've completely engaged with the future Selwyn and provided a lot of feedback, and there's a lot for us to actually consider and think about. So thank you for that. I don't have a question, but I wanted you to know the 112 submissions that we have, of them, I'm really well aware that one of them comes from a member of my community, Mana Whenua. And the only thing they talked about was the bus and wanting the bus. So I wanted you to know that you turning up here today and you speaking for them, you've turned up and you've spoken probably for more people than you realise. So I just wanted you to know that.
Thanks, Megan. And Jade, thanks again for coming in for that presentation. We'll be considering the things you've said and others in the coming weeks, and then making final decisions after that. So
that is great. Thank you very much, Sam. Yes, Sam. I was just going to mention about ECAN one more thing, and that is you were so right when you said before about them having to kind of like operate within their model, and I do grasp that and the efforts that they're making. But I wanted to just draw your attention to the fact that they are scaling up, and when they are looking at this new rapid mass transport system, which, by the way, I went to Wellington recently and just tried out theirs just so that I would know what it was like. And it's fantastic. And I think that it will really serve this community in Wollaston very well. But that's an example of how they can scale. So they are prepared to consider other models, but their mandate is potentially looking at the higher numbers, isn't it? So while they are quite busy and occupied serving those needs, we need a solution, we need a focus that is able to deal with the smaller end of the scale. And so that's where I'm hoping that the council will be able to.
thank you for those final thoughts. Councillors will adjourn now for lunch, and we will be back at 12:50. Thank you.
Thank you.
Today's proceeding, Robert Parker and Byron Clark aren't coming to present, and the next presenter will be Fiona Aston, who's here presenting on behalf of a number of other submitters or with other submitters, and we'll start that at about 1:15 while we wait for some others to arrive. So just feel free to continue to talk amongst yourselves until we get to that point. Announcement. We will get into it this time around. So, Fiona, thank you for coming in today and being ready to present to us and for the submissions that we have already received. The time this afternoon, I understand there might be some that are coming to also submit alongside you. So if you want to order your conversation to us, you can start with the ones where you'll be doing it by yourself, and then if others come later, you can join with them at that time. We've allowed about 10 minutes for each of the presentations. There's a clock on the wall on the side, which we just a nice wee reminder in case we get close to 10 minutes. But I'll hand the floor over to you, and you just press the right hand button on the microphone once, and that'll turn your mic on. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the cover. Very hospitable. So I'm here on behalf of 3 client groups, and inevitably they have particular perfect. Bye. Perfect timing. So the first client group is the submission is the name of Robbie McIlrath, and he is a member of the landowners group that own land on the west side of Capital, the west side of Shands Road. And another member of that, Robbie, unfortunately wasn't able to be here today, but David Daly, who's another member of that group, is. So that's great that you're here, David. Yeah. So inevitably, landowners that we represent have particular interest in, their land, but I always encourage them to sort of also participate in these higher level strategic planning documents, which are really important in directing the direction that the council's going in, and they will clearly influence things like the area plans that come next. So that's why we are here, because we do realise that this high level document is quite important in the scheme of how things come about. So anyway, this group own land. You have seen the submission, so I won't repeat too much, but own land in that sort of triangle block between the west side of Shands Road and the southern motorway. And their particular blocks are all very small. They've all got net areas under 4 hectares, just used for lifestyle purposes, all got lovely homes on them. And they're keen to see some kind of large lot residential or low density residential future for that area. So we want to, how that, we did submit on the plan. They decided not to appeal. The submission wasn't granted because the panel treated it as standard residential, because one option was average 1,500 square metre size, the other was actually average 5,000. Anyway, they decided to focus their efforts on the future strategic planning, which includes this. So in terms of ensuring that this framework is appropriate, I guess the key things that how this higher level document influences what happens at the next stage. If you go to page 4 and 5 of my evidence for today, I don't know whether you call it evidence, the first point there under livable low carbon towns, it might seem like a minor wording change, but the wording should read enable at least sufficient development capacity for housing. And that reflects what the National Policy Statement of Urban Development requires, whereas the document that you have says enable sufficient development capacity for housing. And the officer doesn't recommend changing that. I really think that it does need to be changed, and it got changed in the district plan strategic objective by way of submissions, and also importantly the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan, which is the same time frame as your future zoning plan, also uses the word at least sufficient development capacity. And it is important because it reflects the framework within which we're operating. And the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan is a much longer time frame than the district plan. Hope that makes sense. The second point is going over to the second page, you've got a little diagram showing different housing typologies. It's a bit confusing, but it looks as if it's saying that in strategic towns, all you can have is walk-up apartments. I'm sure that's not what it means, but it's saying that the only place where you can have standalone housing is recreation towns and settlements. I'm not sure whether that's what you mean, but I just really what I would like to add is that large lot residential is appropriate on township edge locations, and that's reflected in the objective you've got in your plan already. That large lot residential zone provides a resident activity on large sites in a manner compatible with the retention of open and spacious peri-urban character at the rural interface. So it's anticipated to be on township edge location. So I think if you could just amend that diagram by adding in township edge locations under recreation towns and settlements, I think that would be really helpful. Then I've suggested an additional sentence at the end, my paragraph 19. In terms of greenfield developments, there will continue to be need for low density and some limited provision for large lot residential development to meet demand and accommodate, for example, intergenerational living, home-based business and possible more localised self-sufficient futures, including in terms of food supply, etc. So I know the sort of the move at the moment is for intensification, and that's really good and no issues with that, but there has to be a balance, and you still need to make provision for a range of housing styles, and intergenerational living, family flats, etc. is getting more difficult to do if you've got really small sites. So I think making some recognition of that in your high level future Selwyn document is important. Okay, and just in terms of making some provision for lower density, large lot development, you've got to be able to attract all sectors of the community to the district. They've all got their place. Including higher wealth individuals who can make a significant economic contribution and serve leadership roles, but may not want their primary home to be a small apartment. So, so I'm just saying, don't just completely focus on medium high density. Continue to have a mix. The balance can be more. You don't need to have much of it, but you do need to provide some of it. And the particular site that my clients have is extremely well connected in terms of access to Prebbleton. It's really close to the motorway. It's on a cycle route into Christchurch. So it meets all the requirements of what we call a well-functioning environment as defined in the National Forest Statement and Urban Development. So that's kind of what I wanted to say about Robin McIlwraith. I've included also in the same evidence, our second client, Grant Duncan. He has a property fronting onto Trents Road, which is within the Kingcraft Drive existing development area. Now, hasn't been zoned large lot residential for some odd reason. So it's a 1 hectare site, and you can't further subdivide. And it's sort of now within the Prebbleton urban area. And that, if you go to, where do you go to? If you go to the submission that we lodged on behalf of Grant Duncan, which is at the back of the overall submission somewhere. Anyway,
just on out for councillors, it's submission page 62 of today's book, submission number 74.
Thank you very much. If you look at the planning map, which shows the zoning of the land of West, this is the east side of Shands Road, and it's, to be frank, it's a bit of a hotspot. I don't think it's nothing to do with bad planning or anything. It's just sort of not caught up with what's actually been going on. You've got large residential, we've got a very large area of medium residential, and then some remaining bits of general rural zone, some of it which has the Kingcraft Drive overlay known as Special Character Area Rural Density 14. And it just needs rationalising. It absolutely does. But again, with the existing Kingcraft Drive area, you're probably not going to get medium density housing there. We might get a little bit, but and we did a submission for the Ballantrae group also in Prebbleton, and they've sort of their existing 5,000 square metre lots, and most of them can subdivide to 2 or 3 sites, which is brilliant. And there's some intensification going in the direction you want, but recognising that there are existing large properties. So I guess that's sort of preempting the area plan, but it's just saying that, again, you need to ensure that your future strategy does enable a variety of household types and sizes, and that diagram needs to reflect that. Yeah, so I think that's probably. Do you want anything to say anything else? I don't know. Would you like to ask any questions?
No, thank you for that, Fiona and Dan.
Yeah.
Councillors, is there anything you'd like to ask on the submission? Megan.
Yes, in the submission, and I think it was Mr. Duncan's submission, it talks about restricting green space development not being an appropriate tool to encourage intensification. And I wanted to know, well, if restricting greenfield development is not the right tool, then what is the right tool? Okay, so where do I say that? I think it's in the submission for Mr. Duncan. It is, yes, yes, yes. And how we see it might be different than how you see it. I'm not sure. Okay. I think what I was saying, I think probably agree with the approach of balanced growth. So you have both up and out. I completely support that. Intensification and further greenfield will both contribute to a sustainable Selwyn, and they aren't interchangeable because they are different housing markets and circumstances. I think this is the bit you're referring to. And in Christchurch, recently there's been quite a lot of greenfield growth. There's been quite a few plan changes in Selwyn, and people say, oh, that's going to stop intensification occurring within the city. But actually in the city, there's been a huge amount of intensification over the last 2 or 3, 5 years. It's gone from, I don't know what the actual figures are, it's gone from about 30% to about 70% of development in Christchurch City is now intensification. So it has happened irrespective of what's going on in terms of greenfield development in Selwyn. And it just reflects because it makes sense from a market point of view. So what I'm saying is you need both. You absolutely need both. And if you completely restrict greenfield development because you think that will force people to do intensification, it just will not work. You'll just get ongoing price rises and a shortage of supply. So I guess it's complex, but the evidence is that absolutely they occur together when the market is right. Yeah. So they're complete different markets. And earlier today we had a soil scientist, I think from Lincoln University, or certainly from out in one of their research institutes, who said that when we're thinking about where to grow and develop urban environments, that appropriate spaces are in areas that don't have the soil classification 1, 2, and 3. And so do you have a particular view on where urban growth should occur? Absolutely. So what has happened is the government has brought in the National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land, and the interim definition is class 1, 2, and 3 land. And basically, just about all of the flat area of Selwyn is at class 1, 2, or 3. Rolleston has got Rolleston is split in 2. The western half isn't, the eastern half is, but most of your other townships have got highly productive land as defined. But the difficulty with that definition is that it doesn't take account of lot size. And in Selwyn, in your sort of eastern inner plains area, your minimum lot size at the moment is 4 hectares. Now, 4 hectares is not enough to productively use highly productive land. That's what has happened is there's been a huge amount of zoning that's already happened, particularly around the townships. It's largely 4 hectares or less. For example, your group, the land, all the parcels are under 4 hectares. They're slightly under net area because they will have accesses, but some of them are the smallest is 1,000. They absolutely have got no productive potential of any significance. And what has happened, the HPL exempts land that's zoned rural lifestyle. Now in Selwyn, you've zoned your inner plains area general zone and put an overlay in the plains, so you're not exempt. But Waikirikiri have zoned their land rural lifestyle, so all their in the plains equivalent land, 4 hectares, is exempt. So this isn't an issue for them. In Christchurch City, I'm aware that their rural urban fringe, which is the urban area around the townships, is also not going to be defined as highly productive in the regional policy statement, which is going to give the final definition. So we've got this ridiculous situation where parts of Greater Christchurch, your 4 hectare areas, are highly productive as defined, other areas aren't. And, you talk a lot about consistent decision-making across the councils. Well, that's something that needs to be fixed. In my view, your own technical reports that supported the district plan review said that 4 hectares really was not capable of any highly productive use. And particularly, often they'll have a house on them in the garden area, so it's actually not 4 hectares anyway. It's more like 3.5. So in my view, the logical place, because the National Policy Statement on Urban Development says that urban development has to contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. So it needs to be adjoining the existing townships. And in Selwyn, it's all good land, theoretically, but it's too small. The horse has already bolted. It's already happened. So where you should be focusing your efforts in terms of highly productive land is stopping further subdivision to 4 hectares. That's where I think you should be focusing. That's where you can really make a difference, in my humble view.
Thank you for that. Councillor, is there any further questions you've got? No? Fiona, thank you for that, and David for coming in. Nice to see you again. Fiona, if you'd like to move on to the other submission points that you've got for the other submitters, thank you.
So Lynn, do you want to come up? So now we're moving to Lincoln, and this is Lynn Townsend, who owns the property at the west corner of Lincoln, just west of the Barton Fields and Fletcher Living subdivisions. His property fronts onto Springs Road, and it's one of a number of landowner grouping that's submitted on the proposed plan, seeking industrial zoning. And again, we want to make sure that the framework, high-level framework, is appropriate for enabling some business industrial zoning in this area. The background is that Lincoln's projected to have a lot of growth, a huge amount of new growth, with Plan Change 69 having been approved, but has very limited space for supporting commercial and business activity. There was, way back in the Lincoln Structure Plan in 2009, a 12 hectare area of industrial land in the southwest corner of Lincoln, which has now been rezoned residential and is now being developed as a retirement village. It wasn't developed by the previous owner, who was also a previous client of Aston. They concentrating on adjoining rural residential development around that, and it's sort of a bit of a backwater in terms of a suitable location for industrial activity. So the zoning has gone to appeal, so I can't really talk too much about that, but I can tell you that there is general agreement that there does need to be some business activity at Lincoln. Lynn is going to just give you a very brief overview of his perspective and local. Go with it, Lynn.
Yeah, he just passed the microphone across, and then we'll be able to hear him.
My apologies.
Thank you. So my hometown being, I've lived in Lincoln for 60 plus years. When I lived there on Spring Road, we purchased the property back in 1995. I started my own business here in 96 as a seed merchant. I believe that Lincoln has not been able to progress in terms of business development, recently because of the lack of suitably zoned land. The only area that was zoned industrial was recently rezoned back to residential, as said. When the PDP, or sort of call it, was open for submissions, we applied for rezoning for industrial and residential, mainly industrial, really at the behest of Councillor Miller, who approached me saying he was continuing receiving inquiries from persons wanting to establish businesses in the region, but there was nothing suitable available in the way of land to do that. Publicity about the applications that we've submitted and the panel hearings have resulted in us receiving 5 inquiries from interested parties during the period of slowing economic activity. So I'm sure there's more interest out there once we're able to provide them with something concrete. I'm in the business of producing and selling seeds. We continue contract with growers and sell to overseas markets. Part of the process involved is research and trials. We did some trial work on our block some 20 years ago, but the soil is simply too stony. After cultivation, we need 23 tonnes of stones and rocks, which is something plot harvesters don't like. So our research work is now done at Waikirikiri. We release about 5 hectares each year for pea and bean trials, etc. Core L and HPL is, it's just not a suitable word. And just listening to the previous submissions, when HPL goes out the window is when it's subdivided down into 4 hectare blocks. And from then on, it's no longer HPL. So I don't see that should be a barrier to the what we're trying to achieve at the moment. But anyway, that's all I have at the moment. And thank you for listening to me.
Hey, Lynn, thank you for that. So, Fiona, did you have anything more on that submission?
I know I'm tight. Right. In terms of in terms of kind of amendments to the future Selwyn plan, again, that policy about enabling at least sufficient development capacity, it actually should be for housing and business. And again, that reflects the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan and what the direction from that is, which this obviously implements. And the whole idea here is that Lincoln, if it's going to be self-sustaining, self-sufficient, if it needs to be able to service its own, has its own business servicing opportunity, and that's completely different to what's happening in Rolleston in terms of industrial land there. That's dealing with regionally significant large warehouses with direct access to the State Highway 1 and the railway. I-Port in the I-Zone is quite different. What Lincoln needs here is just an area for servicing the local resident and business population. I've just thrown out there the other point that I've raised is
this is, and the officer has agreed to an amendment to the reading to support, the Lincoln has the opportunity to support a broader range of business activity, changing that word from commercial. He supports that, which is great. Totally on board with that. I've also thrown out there the idea that this northwest corner of Lincoln, you're kind of putting out there that Lincoln should be a zero town. I presume you mean a zero carbon town, and it might be a really great thing for Lincoln, but I think it's a bit premature to be actually giving it that designation, unless you've done a whole lot of work about what that means in practice that I don't know about. But I think probably it should be a potential low carbon town. But if you were to go down that end, it may be that this northwest corner of Lincoln, it absolutely needs to provide some local business land, but it also could provide a sort of a form of business which is compatible and builds on the sort of the knowledge zone, sustainable business. I don't know. It's an economic opportunity for the council. You were very sort of thinking ahead with when you were partners in the zone way back in the day. So we could maybe do something here. It's just an idea of throwing out. And it could be quite compatible with a zero time if it had a particular focus on research and sustainable development, etc. But within that, there absolutely needs to be some general local business support industry as well. But there's enough room there. There's 50 hectares in that area for both. There's absolutely enough room there. Anyway, that's just something to think about. But in terms of the net zero town label, what I suggest is you amend the wording in the future Selwyn to say potential future net zero town. Lincoln has the opportunity to support a broader range of business activity to support population growth and achieve a net zero ambition ahead of other towns in Selwyn. And further work and community engagement will be undertaken as part of the area plan and action plan stages to investigate what a net zero town could look like, how it could be achieved, and whether it's appropriate for Lincoln. I think it's too soon. People in Lincoln, probably most of them know nothing about this and what it means in practice. So that's just my suggestion, and I have done what a net zero town is. It's right at the end. It's urban areas that have reduced emissions to as close as possible in 7 key systems: energy, transport, buildings, water, waste, food, and green infrastructure, and only use offsets for any hard to abate emissions. So how does that get translated to what happens on the ground in Lincoln is the question, I guess. I'm not saying it's not a bad idea and that there's an opportunity for developing some further business opportunity in that northwest Lincoln corner, which is on the main roads into Lincoln. Really good location, but it just needs a bit of further investigation before committing yourself to it, potentially.
Great, thank you for that submission and putting that forward, and also reminding us about the consistency with other documents, so the special plan for Greater Christchurch and matching other councils as well. A question first of all from Elizabeth.
Hi, not quite sure how to put this, but yeah, I totally hear you on the fact that I'm not sure what the name of the area is, but at the back of Lincoln University, which was originally zoned for industrial, and that's now gone. You make a really good point. There isn't anything in Lincoln. I'm not sure, do we, and I'm sure you'll probably be able to answer, but do we have a light commercial grading system where industrial parks can be, with a lightweight feel, and that can be included in the future Selwyn, so that you've got 2 options in terms of directional? Because I think that would be you could be getting restricted, in my view, potentially worth looking at so close to the housing in terms of complaints. If it's light commercial, then I would see it as a more viable option, and I would like to see that we can have those as options in that document. Do you think that could be potential? So
The kind of industry or business, so industry is a bit misleading because we're not going to be having smokestacks and whatnot. Manufacturing, that's just not, I don't think it's going to be, it's more something like your storage units, that sort of thing. And the submission, you have what's called rezoning, you have an outline development plan, which shows where the roading and the main sort of infrastructure is going to go, and because of the proximity, it agreed as a joining residential area, what you need to have is a significant buffer of some description, and it can be, for example, the business area where it was previously adjoined a residential area. Part of it to the north was standard residential, and then to the west it was large lot residential. So there was a buffer, a mounded buffer around the edge, and that was all approved by the council. And that's an accepted methodology. So, and that would absolutely be part of what came out of this. Secondly, in terms of it may be possible to, what happens is there are noxious industries which are listed, and they require a sort of a discretionary consent, but it could, as a possibility, discretionary is one that's maybe suitable in the zone subject to looking at specific conditions, but it could be, if that's not something that really is envisaged, that could be non-complying. So it could be, make it much harder to establish that kind of industry. So those are the kind of details that you could look at, but absolutely there are certain ways of doing that. Yeah.
Thank you, Grant. Thank you for the clarity around the net zero, particularly the Google description tells us there's a lot of work to go, or water to go under the bridge before we even get close to what the aspiration is. So that's a clear direction for us to take some way. But I guess I just wanted to, you have partially answered it, but perhaps Lynn could talk about the people that want to come there. What's wrong with Ralston? Why won't they go to Ralston?
Well, one that comes to mind immediately is a motor mechanic. He's already has a business here in Madison, but he has a lot of Lincoln clients and he wants to be able to service them in Lincoln because they don't want to travel over to him. And he's prepared to set up in Lincoln as well. There's another one that's a person who manufactures and services security fencing. And he wants somewhere to establish that. He wants it to be in Lincoln. They want a hardware place. They want to get more involved in timber building stuff, bigger suppliers. So where they currently are would be too small, and they also want to get involved in online. So they want a bigger warehouse and that sort of thing. They have a garden place that's garden centre type place. They are currently in home, looking to establish down here in Selwyn, being a fast growing area. They're considering it. And it's that type of businesses that have come out of the blue from just the publicity that's been around
what I'm hearing from you is businesses you traditionally expect to see a town of that size be able to service.
Yes, yes, we do. Yeah, we do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just relating on to that, if you want a net zero town and well-functioning environments are providing housing and people and employment opportunities close together. And it seems contrary to that for people in Lincoln, and there's a lot of new residential growth, and that's where your hardware and your building supplies, etc. It seems contrary to that to actually require everybody to drive to Ralston or back into the city. It's completely inconsistent with a sustainable, self-sufficient township. And this is a big town. Way back in 2009, it was going to be 12,000. It's going to be a lot more than that now with plan change 69. This is your second largest centre in the district. It's needs to be a bit more self-sustaining.
Thank you for coming in today and for the written submission as well. But coming to personally make those points to us is really appreciated. Councillors will be considering your submission over the coming weeks before we finalise the plan. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next presenter is Paul Davis. Kia ora. Councillors, this is on page 79 of today's agenda. Also, the floor is yours. The microphone is on already. You're welcome to add anything to your submission that you've already sent through, or bring any new information that you'd like to raise with us. There may be some questions at the end, but the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah. My name is Paul Davis. I recently moved to Rolleston. I was in Auckland. I finished my PhD on innovation management and came here recently. So when I saw this initiative, I thought it's really good because you are looking at very long term. So my submission was, the concept was based on sustainability, like it involves a lot of factors. There's a social aspect, there's an environmental aspect, as well as there's an economic aspect to it. So today I will put more emphasis on the economic aspect of it, because when you are thinking long term, the next 50 years probably, so what type of economy that you want to develop in this area? And my background is in innovation and entrepreneurship. So I basically studied about innovation ecosystems in Auckland and compared it with different other ecosystems around the world. So what I understood is, in order to do all of the things, you need a vibrant economy to back it up. And New Zealand has a very good image of clean, green, but how far it can go, that's another question. So there's always a talk about knowledge economy and how to develop that knowledge economy. That's kind of a logical way of going forward, because the entire world is going in that direction and New Zealand can't escape from that. So in the submission probably, I feel there should be a little more emphasis on the kind of economy that this region wants to develop going forward. And sustainability is definitely a big aspect of it, but in order to do the other factors in that, you need to put economy and what type of industries which this region is looking forward to. So there was this scientist, Paul Callahan, based on which the Callahan innovation is named after. He always says about one thing, like you should look at New Zealand as a place where talent wants to live. So how will you attract the talent to this region, and how will you, there's a lot of talent already here, how will you give them opportunity to develop their talent? So those type of questions, I think this is maybe a golden opportunity for Selwyn, because if you look at all the economic indexes, this district is doing really well. But at this point, maybe it's the time where you can also look at how will you, I can see how will you steer your work car in such a way as to look long term into that, how to develop it as a vibrant economy. Yeah, that's it.
Right, thank you for that. Do you have any, what are your thoughts on the areas that you think we should focus on, or that this plan should enable?
So my emphasis is on, as we develop, we do all kinds of industries, but that knowledge industry, how we can develop that based on, there's already all the factors are there. In the knowledge economy, you need universities, you need research centers, you need innovation ecosystem, and other factors like funding factors and everything. So there are some elements are already here, but the emphasis has to be there to connect these dots and to attract the right type of talent to this place, because that is also important, right? As Selwyn is the fastest growing district, so now is the time when people are coming. But how will you plan more talent to come here and develop this as more vibrant economy?
Cool, thank you. Shane.
Kia ora, Sam. Ngamihi Pauls for your submission. Just on that, talent and talent attraction, as you've spoken about. You've just completed your PhD. What has attracted you to live here in Selwyn?
Yeah, that's a good question. So now I'm working with a friend of mine to start my own business into travel, which is sustainable, but into sustainable travel. But the attraction always is like the clean energy, the access to the mountains, which is of course there. So all those factors are there, but there is a point up to which all these factors matters. But after that is how much of per capita income. So all these factors add up. So Paul Callahan says 1976 is the last year when New Zealand was above the average in per capita GDP compared to all other OECD countries. But after that, the trend is coming down, the per capita GDP compared to other OECD countries. So there is a point in which the per capita income and all these factors will become much more relevant. So my point is you should look in that direction also.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
Hi, Pauls. Question 14 you answered with living within the environmental limits and a thriving community. Just wondering if you could expand a little bit on those two concepts. The environmental limits, what do you mean by that? And what do you consider to be that thriving community? You've stressed a bit today on the economics, but if you can just give me a bit of a picture of what that looks like for the average family here. Thank you.
So I think environmental emphasis is becoming more and more serious nowadays, like the carbon footprint, the waste management, the pollution, all those factors. So you could cut down on all those emissions by focusing on what type of industry you have and what type of mode of transportation. That was my one more emphasis on that. So there's always that everybody has I don't know, nowadays it's good to say about all these things that we should have clean green environment and all, but in actual what are we doing to make sure that the future also will be there for that? If you are again going back to fossil fuels and emissions like that, then that future is not there. So you have to think ahead and plan things now so that the thriving community comes when there is people from different talents come, people from different cultural backgrounds come, but there should be a reason why they're coming. Should be something here for the future also, right? So that type of thought process, that's what I was mentioning.
Yeah, thank you, Paul, for coming in and bringing their thoughts and challenge to us around how we do that. It's really appreciate it. We'll be discussing your submission in the coming weeks before we finalise the document. We appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
No shows so far, so if you want to go into a break.
Okay.
And then the still shot is scheduled afterwards anyway. So.
Great. We'll adjourn now. The next submission submitters aren't here, and we've got an afternoon tea break in the middle there. So we'll just bring if Nicholas Kirk does show, his time is at 2:50. So we'll adjourn the meeting now to 2:50.
Right, team, we'll get back into our hearings this afternoon. Nicholas is here. Thanks for joining us, and sorry for the delay in getting to this, but we'll just run them both together rather than having a break between your two submissions. You can run them in either order, your own personal submission and then the week if that's suit you, or the other way around. We've allowed 10 minutes for each of the submissions, and you can use that time however you like. So I have the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Zach. Yeah, I'll start with our personal submission. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Nick Kirk, and I'm a Selwyn resident living in Wallace. Just to start off with, I want to confirm that I personally support the board outcomes strategy and direction outlined in Waikirikiri Ki Tua Future Selwyn Strategy document. Before I expand on my submission, I also want to affirm my support for the document's recognition of mana whenua, Te Tiriti and use of Te Reo Māori throughout the document. Following the personal statement, the rule will focus on how we may be able to conceive of the outcomes listed in the consultation document in even more effective way. I'm currently employed as an environmental social scientist and I work locally for our research institute. In my job, I'm really understanding how to catalyse sustainability transitions to ensure a prosperous and environmentally sustainable economy. In my research, I've begun to explore concepts related to systems and systems thinking, which enable us to conceive of problems in a more interconnected way. And I'm going to introduce two of these concepts today. So one of them is called the renewable energy nexus. This is an approach that acknowledges the links between renewable energy and food resources and management planning and just implementation. And so, put simply, water is needed to generate energy. Energy is needed for the supply of water. Energy is also needed to produce food. And food can also be used to produce energy. This is not to grow food, and food transports food for water that is contained in the products. In agriculture, and typically using energy. So there's all sorts of interlinkages there. So despite these domains typically being understood by different organisations and different policies, there are substantial interlinkages between these. Typically, though, both the central government and the local government have their own policies for these domains to develop separately, and there is, of course, synergies between the policies that create issues during implementation. One example I'm personally involved in researching is the different national policy standards and environmental standards developed by different ministries. We've often had poor adherence with each other. These kinds of examples when it comes to responsibilities of yourselves, local government and the constituents to make judgments about prioritising some elements of national policy over others. So, for example, do you prioritise water standards that conflict with biodiversity, or do you prioritise biodiversity standards over plantation forestry standards, for example? If there's opposition to the judgments that you have in doing these trade-offs, it might result in lengthy and some legal proceedings or showings to go through. So this nexus thinking helps decision makers like yourself to identify trade-offs, synergies, and thresholds when making decisions about environmental management and resource use. And I'm using this time to propose it as a concept that could be helpful in thinking of the interlinkages between the elements in this strategy, such as communities, environmental limits, productive economy, and urban form. So you might be thinking, this is an interesting idea. We'll use this to us in council. And what are the links between issues like freshwater drinking standards and urban quality? So the second concept I want to introduce to you has been part of a project which I've done. They use system dynamics to map and highlight the interlinkages between freshwater policy and other elements not typically considered in setting freshwater policy. So I've rewrite this report. I've got copies here to share with staff and councils if they wish. This report highlights the linkages between freshwater policy and things like urban form, which is obviously an important element of the strategy, energy production, green infrastructure, forestry, farming, car use, and lots of other areas. So this shows you that it's possible to conceive and map the complexity between these domains and the interconnections between them. And system dynamics would be something that's really helpful when you're thinking about, especially if there are comments around how are these things mutually achievable. However,
highlighting inequality and diversity is one thing, but responding to that complexity and offering solutions to difficult problems is something else. Regardless, I know what's introduced, these concepts I've introduced you probably aren't familiar with. I just want to reiterate that I'm happy to talk with you or your start to share my knowledge around systems thinking, nexus thinking, and environmental management in general to help with the development of this long-term strategy for the Selwyn district. So you haven't seen that solution, but happy to answer any questions on it.
Thank you. Thank you for your offer of support and help with it as well. Councillor, so many questions you have of that submission? Sophie.
Actually, only one question really. I'm really interested in reading your report there, but just wondering if there's a PDF or anything anyway, just because that's often easier if there's more of us who want to read it as well.
Yeah, there are PDFs on the Manaki Whenua Land Care Research website, so I can share those with you. You will print off these specific copies so that they would be easily shareable and just, so that you can have a look at it. It's quite visual as well, some of the system diagrams that we've created. So I'm happy to share that with you personally, Sophie, or if there's an email address that you can let me know if that I can use to share it amongst staff. I'm happy to do that as well.
Great. The printed ones will be good to keep to that if we can. And the email address is submissions@selwyn.govt.nz.
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you. Shane.
I took it down, but your submission you've got here also strongly support the goal of restoring the Māori and health of Te Waihora. But within the thinking within those documents, does it set out a path to achieve that?
Yeah, what the document helps sets out is that we try to achieve a goal like that, that there's actually all these other things that interrelate and impact on the achievement of that goal. So typically when setting freshwater policy, there might be like a clear focus on pollution, of course, the sources of those pollution, farming, forestry are major issues in Aotearoa. But there are all sorts of other things that also influence on that. And what that document helps to do is show those interlinkages. It doesn't provide solutions, because that, as I said right at the end, that is incredibly challenging, but it helps you to conceive of the complexity of the situation and then to think maybe there are things beyond the conventional approaches that we can do to help restore the Māori of environments like Te Waihora.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
I really love in question 13 that you've put that the strongly support the establishment of community gardens, connecting the urban communities. That's always a bit of an interesting topic around the council table because often there's lack of volunteers and things are not always so easy, but I can completely see what you're saying. And in terms of providing for greater food resilience, do you feel that that's something that we should really have quite a strong emphasis on putting in our parks and reserves and having more aspects of food providing trees? Is that something you feel incorporates what your concept is here in this?
Yeah, 100%, Elizabeth. I've been researching and engaging with different groups, especially in Christchurch. One, the Roimata Commons, which is a food forest in Wilston, in which they've really developed some quite interesting ideas in regards to organic food and produce and making sure that that's available for people. And I think for me, one of the main reasons I added that in is because thinking of natural hazard events like, say, the alpine fault going off, we're going to have to rely on ourselves to be able to feed our communities. And when thinking of the concept I brought up before about the energy food nexus, how can we perhaps use our green spaces to ensure both food for the local communities and maybe securing water supplies for those communities? And who knows, potentially they could also, in generating energy that could be fed back into the grid that could generate income. But in the worst case scenario, when all of those, services, national services might be cut, we can actually, have a resilient system that the local community can rely on. So, I 100% agree with your assessment of that, Elizabeth. Thanks.
Thank you. Megan.
Kia ora. So first I just wanted to say thank you very much for acknowledging your support for mana whenua and the use of te reo in the Future Selwyn document. So my role here is I'm the representative for mana whenua for Taonga Tūrunga. So specifically supporting and not just supporting te reo, but turning up and supporting the document is just as important as the voices that we hear that may not support aspects of it. It's really interesting to hear you talk about your specialty or your area of expertise is actually where there's conflicts in national policy direction and how we have to often here trying to grapple with that and go, how do we balance the conflicts?
Yeah.
And I wanted to know, in your research, have you come across council, like what we're doing right now is we're going, right, we've got a big Future Selwyn strategic document, and then what will sit below it is a whole heap of strategic documents that will all knit together to give effect to Future Selwyn. Have you seen other councils or regional or district councils do this particularly well?
I think it's probably too soon to make a judgment on which councils are doing this the best. So I think probably since around 2011 was the real growth of especially the national policy standards, and probably over the last 5 years, national policy statements, and environmental standards. There's just been a real proliferation of them. And I'm not saying that those are not necessary, but because they've been developed by different ministries and different people, the interactions between them haven't been considered because of as I'm sure you're aware of, the planning cycles. I don't think there's been long enough to really see if there's one council that had been able to do that better than others. But I did get feedback from councils when I was doing this research that said they are really worried about the legal implications of setting in stone into plans particular policies that may end up conflicting with other, policies or standards that have been set by central government. And so I guess my statement is also just to reflect that I understand that it's really challenging in your position as governors to be able to manage that. And perhaps using some of these concepts that I've brought up, there might be some hints as to how you might be able to do things better. But it sounds like you're considering it. So that's the first step. But yeah, it's a real challenge.
Thank you. Thanks, Matt, for presenting that. If you'd like to move on to your wet submission.
Cool. We need to take off one hand and go on another. As I said, my name's Scott Nick, and I'm the current chairperson of the Waiora Hours Red Trust. The Trust for a strategic partner of the Selwyn District Council, and we receive funding from the council to undertake our core activities. As a community-led environmental trust, we hold an important role in maintaining and restoring the Selwyn environment. As stated in our submission, we support the proposed outcomes listed in the Waikirikiri Ki Tua Future Selwyn consultation document regarding a healthy and restored environment. As was mentioned by some of the submissions, it's currently unclear how these outcomes will be achieved. How do we collectively care for mountains, lakes, forests, wetlands, rivers, estuaries, coasts, and clear skies? Currently, there's a mixture of organisations with specific responsibilities for care and management of the environment. These include, territorial authorities like yourself, regional government, mana whenua, government departments like the Department of Conservation, but also groups like the Trust, as well as other non-governmental organisations and private landowners. And this creates a complex tapestry of groups with overlapping responsibilities and obligations, all with their own rationale and motivations. Given this, it's important to be clear with goals and strategy, in particular to set goals that are time-bound and achievable. This will help all parties know what we're working towards. For example, one goal that was stated in the report that we strongly support was to restore the mode and health of Te Waiora. This is a clear and common goal. But we sort of wonder if these different groups, the territorial authorities, the regional government, mana whenua, government departments, and ourselves, do they have the opportunity to collaborate closely in order to develop a coherent strategy to best support this goal? Central government is currently encouraging councils like yourself to focus on their core purpose.
In this context, we urge the council to consider the support they provide to Wairau Ellesmere Trust and other environmental trusts as critical to enabling residents to protect their environmental treasures. This funding and support stimulates initiatives which re-engage Selwyn residents with their local environment, with experience and research showing that once their interest is stimulated in the environment, people are more willing to take actions privately or collectively to improve environmental outcomes. One project we're undertaking is to re-engage Selwyn residents with Te Waihora through the Te Waihora Lakeside Trail. We appreciate the council's support for the project through funding the Trust's project manager, as well as feasibility studies for cycleways in the region. When the feasibility studies are publicly released, the Trust wants to continue its active role in progressing the Te Waihora Lakeside Trail, fundraising, engaging with potentially affected landowners, and ultimately delivering infrastructure in partnership with various other groups to help re-engage residents with the lake. Other projects, such as our biannual Living Lake Symposium, offer opportunities for people to learn about the lake and its surroundings and to realise the substantial restoration work that has already been done by council, Maifino, DOC, farmers, landowners and others. The Trust also work with the council and other parties on regular board counts at Te Waihora, pest control tracking on Mars Flat, and we're currently in the process of promoting major conservation initiatives for the endangered Matuku platoon, which has its last country stronghold around Te Waihora. Platoon numbers may be as low as a few dozen birds, so these initiatives are critically important towards maintaining the Selwyn district's biodiversity. And so just to finish, we want the Trust strongly support the vision of the document in regard to a healthy and restored environment. To achieve this vision, the Trust argues that support from council is critical to help us raise awareness in the community of our unique and treasured ecosystems. So yeah, some questions.
Great, thank you for that. It feels like if there was going to be one measure that we could say, have we been successful, the improvement of Te Wahora's water quality is like that measure. I'm wondering, is there some things that you think that we're enabling in this document that work against that outcome? And are there some particular pieces that you think, if only that was strengthened, we would achieve success slightly quicker?
Yeah, it's difficult because the water quality in the lake was significantly impacted in 1968 by the Rahine storm. And the lake itself is a really dynamic environment. It used to be more of a harbour, and now it's closed off, and with sea level rise, it might turn into a harbour again. In regards to the document, I didn't see anything that clearly conflicted with the goals to improve the Māori and health of Te Waihora. But I think what you need to keep in mind is that it will be an incredibly long process in order to restore the health of that lake. But it's one in which, certainly we as the Trust are there for the long journey. It might be something that doesn't take 10 years or 20 years, but 50 years or 100 years or 500 years. Making sure that we're steering the ship in the right direction and actually working towards restoring the health and Māori of Te Waihora, as opposed to taking actions which denigrate it, such as potentially encouraging deforestation around the lake edge, or encouraging intensive farming around the lake edge. As long as those kinds of things are held up and you are able to focus on positive things such as reforestation and controlling the riparian edges of the tributaries entering into the lake, I think that'll be a start for that long-term process of restoring the water quality. At our last Living Lake Symposium, Tim Davey gave a presentation on the water chemistry within the lake, and I'm hoping at our November Symposium that he'll be able to come again and give that information. And he's the one that has that kind of long-term knowledge that you share about the trends. But he showed at our last meeting that there are some indicators that are improving, but some that are still in decline. So yeah, there's a lot of work to be done.
Thank you. Nicole.
I just want to highlight that I've been attending their meetings as I have an interest in their work, and also particularly with the trail, but I wasn't involved in putting together this submission.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate Dr. Naki coming in today and presenting both submissions to us. Council will be considering them over the next couple of weeks before we finalise the document. So thank you.
Thanks. Do you want me to put this
on the table behind you? Be that.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Next submit is Mark Brown. It's page 86 of today's agenda. Mark, welcome along. Thank you for your written submission, which councillors have received. And today is a chance for you to highlight anything within that submission or raise any new information you'd like for us. The microphone in front of you is on, and we've got a councillor online listening in as well. So the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having the opportunity. I'll keep this brief. Firstly, I'd like to express on behalf of Hughes Development's support for the Future Selwyn initiative. As an escape bus, that Selwyn's in the position it is today, largely due to its proactive and strategic thinking over the past 15 years or so. The main thrust of our submission, can be summarised by just a perceived lack of implementation methods and how the outcomes identified are intended to be actioned. The officer's report has responded to this by inserting an implementation paragraph into the strategic context section, paragraph 511. However, the methods and intent remain high level and provide little direction for residents or the council itself. The observations that I'm making in this regard are driven by a concern that despite the most well-crafted visions and outcomes promoted within the document, broken progress can very quickly create an environment where these visions and outcomes are surpassed and become unattainable. To illustrate this, I can cite the example of housing density in the district, and I think we already are seeing an increased density of housing, and further intensification is likely to materialise in the really near future. Despite this, some of the high-level drivers for density haven't sort of matched that uptake. So I'm talking about public transport as an obvious example. And quality outcomes for delivering density are constrained somewhat by district plan standards. For example, narrow road widths, limits on the amount of green space that can be delivered in support of density. As a result, cars are still a dominant feature in our residential developments, which leads to the proliferation of garages and requirements for parking and so forth. Fiscal and policy constraints internally within council that disincentivise landscaping and high quality treatment of public space. And there's also waste management concerns about all the bins that every household is having to deal with. So if you add all those sorts of things up, although we're achieving housing density, there's a lot of stuff that's falling behind that needs to be there supporting that density. It's just an example, I think, of how it has to be a whole of council and a whole of concept approach. So if we're going to look for something, we need to make sure it's supported at all levels. And consequently, just highlighting the housing density issue. So whilst this density is being achieved, there is a disconnect, and this is happening right now. And the district plan and higher order documents, the national policy statements, the regional policy statement, encourage and facilitate the density, may inform what happens, but they largely ignore all these sort of minor quality outcomes that are essential. And I think this document, that's where this document could be different. When it comes to these higher order documents, the Future Selwyn strategy should promote critical thinking as to how visions and outcomes can be achieved. Most recently, for example, has an influence Selwyn submission on the draft, consultative draft of the RPS, has an influence Selwyn's input into the Ministry of Transport Safer Speed Plan. And if not, then there's already an opportunity lost. So to conclude, Hughes developments would just like to see implementation methods factored into the strategy in a more meaningful way. How the goals become tangible outcomes, what resources, financial, human, and technological, to achieve these outcomes. Ensuring that the implementation encompasses a whole council approach. And the knowledge that a well-defined implementation plan will identify potential risks, will facilitate mitigation and avoidance strategies that help with decision making. Because we feel that many decisions that are being made by council right now will impact the ability to realise the outcomes of the strategy in the future. So happy to take questions. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And so much of what you've said is the integration of lots of things and the complexity that's required around that. And we certainly support the public transport stuff we've been trying to improve for a long time with ECAN. I've just come back from a visit around some European cities and the proliferation of plastic bags for rubbish on street corners and the rubbish not in plastic bags left around town because of animals and other things getting into it. I'm interested, like, what do you think is the right solution around waste management, and like, what would you like to integrate into your developments that would provide a better solution than the wheelie bins?
I think there probably needs to be investigations into can there be different approaches for different neighbourhoods. I suppose at the moment there's one waste management strategy, and that's bins, whether you're in a medium or high density development down a private lane or a terrace versus you're a single household. There could be the opportunity. It's very difficult. For example, the construction of right of ways or private right of ways, the waste management collectors don't typically go down those. But you could have a central collection point that's off the street that serves a higher or medium density development where it's designed for it right at the very start, rather than sort of being effective. Because even like currently, we have to provide for those by. We can construct and create bays out on the road, but even then, if every household's got 3 bins and they're all collected on the same day, that's really space hungry, and as well as being unsightly and everything else. So it's probably a more niche approach, and being open-minded around how that works, but for the type of density that's being delivered. And I suppose whether you can stagger delivery days or how bins are collected, so it's not all at once. I don't know. My expertise doesn't expand that far. But creating rubbish, but not dealing with it. But that's just an example of one-off where it is a very real issue to be dealt with density. But at the moment, a terrace development or in the future an apartment is likely to be dealt with exactly the same as a standalone house.
Okay. Thank you. Elizabeth.
Hi, I'm just wanting to know how popular the intensified housing developments are in terms of the resale value, and I know that there's, well, I know of maybe a couple, whether that's your developments or not, but whether you can just give an indication whether you really see these as being something that's going to have a really big uptake in the near future, and the big difference in price point between being able to get into that sort of house and something that's standalone that might be 15 or 20 years old. What the market's looking like at the moment in terms of developers moving into that intensified space.
Just to be clear, I'm a consultant for Hughes Development, so I'm not really involved in their sales strategy, so I can't really comment on uptake. I think what I am seeing in my role across Selwyn and in other districts is there is a small uptake in the NDRS, as we call it, through the Enabling Act. The ability to create 3 units on one site is being achieved, but it's probably not the way that the Act intended through sort of vertical creation of vertical units. They're sort of still standalone, just smaller houses. And that comes with problems, in my opinion, but it does meet a price point. So I think there will always be some form of uptake because it's a new house, it's energy efficient, and if it's on a small piece of land, it will attract a smaller price. Thank you, Sophie.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming today. I appreciate hearing from some of our developers as well. My question is actually more around the neighbourhood centres, and Hughes Development's done a really good job, to be honest, with a lot of planning around those. But we've got some other subdivisions, for instance, where they've put in an area for it, and then the centre either doesn't develop or takes a really long time before it gets through there. But in terms of this sort of strategy, trying to have those neighbourhood centres so that there's a dairy and maybe a few other things. That's quite a key thing for a community, to have those bumping spaces and all that. And I'm just wondering if you've got any insights or thoughts around how we actually make sure that actually happens rather than just being a patch of grass.
Yeah, it's probably another really good example how this type of strategy can inform that type of thinking, because I think when you're dealing with sort of developers or people who create communities, whether they're land developers or builders or both, the first port of call is always the district plan, and then the second port of call is trying to get as simple a resource consent process as possible. So quite often the creation of those areas, while they might be encouraged, if they're not required and seem difficult, the incentive to sort of take a risk on them is not there. That would be, so a lot of ODP, outline development plan areas, some have provisions for neighbourhood centres, but they're not sort of required. They're there if someone wants to do them. So again, that's marrying the top high level sort of policy work or strategy with boots on the ground. How does that actually get delivered? And that's through your district plan and the language or the way the plan's administered by the council. So yeah, that is a very good example where sometimes people aren't prepared to take a punt because it just seems to be too hard, or there doesn't seem to be enough support in the district plan, even though high level it might be part of the vision for a better community.
Great, Mike. Thank you for coming in today and presenting it to us. We'll be considering the submission over the next couple of weeks and then making final recommendations on the document. So thank you.
Pleasure. Thanks very much.
Next presenter is Hannah Ritchie. Hannah's online, and this is on page 88 of today's agenda. Hannah, thank you for taking the time to write your written submission to us and then coming and joining in the conversation today. We've allowed about 10 minutes for this, and there may be some questions from councillors at the end. I'll hand the floor over to you. Thank you.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
No, we just need to turn the volume up our end. Try again.
How about now?
It's slightly better. Can we go up any further? Give us a nursery rhyme or something, you're in, Hannah?
Sorry, so I can't hear you properly now.
Oh, can you hear us now?
Yes, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, just finish the sentence. Humpty Dumpty
Sat on the wall.
That's great fight. You're so terrible for sound.
Okay. First of all, thank you for letting me last minute present online. I was planning to be there in person, and apologies, I'm not. So I hope this comes across okay, but please let me know if you need any clarification, if you can't hear me properly. So yeah, my name's Hannah Ritchie. I'm the Environment and Planning Manager for New Zealand Pork. New Zealand Pork is the industry board that represents commercial pig farmers funded by producer levies. And I'm going to start just with a bit of an introduction about the industry itself, and then just highlight the sort of overview of our submission points. So the pork industry in this country, it is small and it is getting smaller. There's now only around 70 commercial pig farms left in operation across the country. About 40% of pork consumed in New Zealand is produced here. The remaining 60% is imported, and our pig farmers compete very heavily with cheaper imported products from overseas, which are quite often produced to lower standards of animal welfare and environmental management. And pork in this country is not an export industry, so all of the pork that's produced here goes to the domestic market. And what that means for us is that the continued ability of New Zealanders to eat New Zealand born and raised pork depends on resource management and strategic planning that supports the ability of pig farmers to continue farming. And you know, for such a small industry, you might be wondering why we're taking an interest in the sort of high-level strategy documents in a particular district. But the reason is that Selwyn it's the most significant district in the country for pig farming. So of those 70 farms that we have left, 12 of them are in Selwyn. And so the future of the Selwyn district is really closely linked and has a really important implications for the future of the pork industry. And some of the issues that pig farmers are grappling with at the moment, one of the big ones is reverse sensitivity caused by urban encroachment and rural lifestyle development in productive rural areas, which increase the number of neighbours around farm. And there have been some quite extreme examples of reverse sensitivity issues happening at pig farms in the Selwyn district. So when someone moves next door to a pig farm that's been there for quite a long time and starts complaining about the effects that pig farm produces. And it can put a lot of pressure on farmers in their operations. It can affect the viability of their operations in extreme circumstances. And the examples I'm talking about, you know, the odour was deemed compliant by the regional council, but it didn't stop the people complaining. So one of the most important things for us from an environmental management perspective for pork is appropriate protection of rural areas in future planning documents and strategies, so that we can be confident that rural production activities such as pig farming can operate successfully in these areas. And we were involved in the development of the rural chapter and the intensive farming provisions of the partially operative district plan. And we're quite happy with the outcomes in there that recognise the importance of the rural area for rural production and the provisions around reverse sensitivity. And the reason we're particularly interested in this future Selwyn consultation is because of the influence that it might have on future planning and decision making on rural areas. And so we see it as pretty crucial that the strategy recognises the importance of rural land in the district and the importance of food and farming and food production. So initial observation from the draft strategy is that it did seem to be quite urban focused, and there was less recognition or consideration of the rural areas of the district. And briefly, submission can be summarised in sort of three main points. Firstly, that the vision and spirit should include a vision for rural areas alongside the vision for urban form, that a rural specific outcome should be included, which would pull together the directions that directly relate to the rural environment that are identified across the strategy. And thirdly, the direction of protecting highly productive land for land-based primary production be amended to recognise the value of all rural land beyond that class as highly productive and all primary production activities, not just land-based primary production. So the hearings officer addressed the first two of these submission points in the hearings report. So I'm not going to cover those off in too much detail now because I do want to leave time for questions. But first of all, the first point about adding something about the rural area into the vision, the hearings officer agreed with that and added in a sentence to that effect. So we support that amendment. The hearing officer disagreed with the need for a rural specific outcome, saying it wasn't appropriate at that high level, and that there are directions, you know, interspersed throughout the document that that deal with the rural area in enough detail. And I agree that there are some directions directly related to rural areas. There's some that are applicable across rural and the wider district, but I still think that the strategy, it's difficult to understand what the overall intent is for the rural areas. And I do think that it could still be improved by pulling together the directions related to the rural environment to create a more coherent picture of the outcome sought. And there is, and one of the four current outcomes in the strategies does relate to urban form. So I don't necessarily think it's inappropriate that there could be a high level outcome for rural areas as well. Now, third submission point is one that the officer didn't address directly in the report. So this is the one that I wanted to just go through in a little bit more detail. So this was about amending one of the directions under the outcome of a rich and diverse land. The direction reads to protect highly productive land for land-based primary production. So I know this wording aligns with the objective of the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land. I appreciate that. But from our perspective, the rural area of Selwyn encompasses more than just highly productive land, and the food producing activities that occur here are more than just land-based primary production. So indoor pig farming, for example, it's a food producing activity. It requires a rural location to operate in Selwyn. It's not classed as land-based primary production, and therefore it wouldn't necessarily benefit from the protections afforded to highly productive land in any future planning documents. And the concern that I have is that a direction and a high-level strategy that focuses exclusively on highly productive land and land-based primary production risks sort of overlooking or undermining the importance of the rest of the rural area and other primary production activities in the district, and the need for those areas to still be effectively managed to enable activities like pig farming to continue. So things that I've talked about a second ago, land fragmentation, reverse sensitivity, they happen in non-highly productive land areas as well. And they need managing, and they need focus at a high level as well. And the sole objective of the general rural zone, which encompasses highly productive land and non-highly productive land in the partially operative Selwyn District Plan, does a really good job of recognising the importance of all primary production activities across the entire zone, which encompasses highly productive and non-highly productive land. So we think the current plan is doing a really good job of that, and we wouldn't want to see that changing in the future. So the submission point I had recommended broadening the statement to protect rural land for primary production. But in hindsight, I appreciate that a direction to protect all rural land is probably going to be pretty challenging in the Selwyn district, given growing urban populations and greenfield developments on urban boundaries. But I do still think a new direction would be good to incorporate into the strategy that does recognise the importance of all rural areas to the district. So something along sort of like recognising and prioritising rural land for primary production activities, just something that encompasses the entire rural area and recognises its significance to food and fibre production. And this would then link back in quite nicely with the recommended addition to the vision, which has been taken up by the hearings officer, which relates to rural areas more broadly. So just to summarise, so I've whipped through that quite quickly, but to summarise, look, for the pork industry, Selwyn is nationally significant for us, which means that it's also nationally significant for pork supply across New Zealand. And this is something we think the district should be really proud of, and should recognise and plan for through strategic long-term planning. So thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that, and highlighting the significance of the way Selwyn plays, I suppose, in the pork industry for you nationally. Questions from the room, Councillor Elizabeth.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, there's quite valid when you mentioned about pork farming doesn't need to be on the highly productive land, because obviously they do very well in stony soils in the district. Can you talk about indoor pig farming? Are you able to just give an indication of, because I've seen a lot of outdoor pig farming and so on, what's the sort of rough split between indoor and outdoor in our region?
That's a good question. Selwyn, I'm not specifically sure. I know that pretty much all outdoor pig farming occurs in Canterbury. I would say for Selwyn, it's probably leaning more towards outdoor, maybe a 60-40 split. There is still a few indoor farms, but a lot of them do take advantage of the soils and the low rainfall in Selwyn. That makes it pretty good for outdoor farming. Yeah, but most outdoor farms will have a component of indoor as well. So the sows and the piglets will be outside, and then once the piglets are weaned, they go into sort of big open-sided sheds, which are on concrete floors, and they're filled with hay. So that technically forms an indoor component. So most outdoor farms will still have an indoor component as well.
Do you have an idea of, do you have an idea about how large the farms are? Because we've had people talking about the full hectare blocks not really being considered part of, profitable land use, but some pig farming ventures would be on smaller blocks within that.
Yeah, I think there is. I'm just I'm trying to think of any specific examples in Selwyn. There are farms, not in Selwyn districts, that are on 4 hectare blocks. They're quite small. The smallest one I know of in Selwyn is in about 70 acres. So it'd be about 35 hectares, but a lot of pig farms are incorporated into bigger sort of arable or pastoral operations. So they use the effluent or the hay and the compost that's produced as a fertilizer on crops or on pasture. So for the most part, they're still pretty big land parcels. Pig farms, they can operate on very small parcels. But for the most part, they're on quite large land parcels, and a lot of the time they are incorporated into bigger farming operations, which means that a lot of the time they are purposely located on highly productive land.
Thank you for providing that answer and for coming in today to join us virtually. Thank you for your patience as we got the sound correct at the beginning of your presentation. Councillors will be considering your submission over the coming weeks before we finalise the document. So we appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next submitter is Anne Scott. Anne, welcome. Councillors, is on page 91 of today's agenda and is given on behalf of Spokes. And the microphone in front of you, just press the right hand button to turn it on, press it once, that's it. And we've allowed about 15 minutes for this conversation. There may be some questions at the end of your presentation. The floor is yours.
Kia ora koutou, ko Anne Scott Takuringa. Thank you for this opportunity to present on the Waikirikiri Ki Tour Future Selwyn consultation. So Spokes is a local cycling advocacy group with approximately 1,200 followers. We advocate for cycling as an everyday form of transport in the Greater Canterbury region, including Selwyn. Spokes supports the intent of Waikirikiri Ki Tour Future Selwyn, and I'm focusing my comments today on the officer's report, in particular the transport section. But first of all, I'd just like to talk about the strategy structural section. The officer's report recommended changing outcomes and directions to outcomes, supporting outcomes and directions. And I would suggest this be renamed to outcomes, plans and directions. And that would suggest that the suggested changes in the body also be accepted, as it better explains the intent of the document. In another section called Disadvantaged People, Spoke supports these changes. The amendment to paragraph 1 in the visions of Selwyn as follows: our places are equitable, distinct and livable, vibrant, resilient and connected, and enriching all our lives now into the future. And also the amendment of paragraph 2, which says Selwyn is a place for all people to feel they belong. This is more inclusive, and the changes actually apply more widely. People need a variety of choices that fit with their desires and circumstances at a particular time in their life. And this applies to their transport choices as well as from cradle to grave. In terms of sustainable output, the officer's report talked about support for active transport, including walking, cycling and for public transport improvements, but did not recommend any changes to future Selwyn. This is a pity. Spoke supports the direction for transport. We would like to see some changes to strengthen the active transport options, including walking and cycling. The parts of Waikirikiri Selwyn will become more even, they'll become more intensified, and they have an older age profile. Transport options will also diversify over time, becoming electric, more autonomous, and more focused on shared services rather than owned services. Another point is some of the directions are actually quite inward-looking. Selwyn is part of the wider Canterbury and South Island transport network and needs to be efficient and effectively integrated into such. The solutions required for public and transport and active transport are different. They're different in scale and scope. They're better separated into different outcomes. Spokes recommend the following changes. Prioritise for the goals, prioritise sustainable transport options and encourage mode shift. enhance accessibility, improve connections within and between towns in Selwyn and Canterbury, support a safe and efficient transport system, and also two new ones, support and develop connected public transport networks and support and develop active transport networks. Further on in the document, Spokes also recommended that the following paragraph, transport includes all networks and systems that allows us to get where we want to go. And further down in that, it says our transport system includes vehicles we use, physical networks, digital technologies, and here we would like to add in public and active transport. Spokes supports integrating public transport and mass rapid transport with enhanced active transport networks such as walking and cycling in our towns for accessibility. On page 30 of the officer's recommendations, there was a recommendation that to amend paragraph 2 of the vision of Selwyn as follows: we embrace new technologies and get ahead of the curve with sustainable infrastructure and investment, unlocking the full potential of Waikirikiri Selwyn. And then under direction 1, sustainable and accessible transport, prioritise and enable sustainable transport options. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this. Is there any questions?
Great, thank you very much for bringing that in. It's consistent with a number of the other submissions that we've received today as well. Councillor, is there any questions that you have?
Hi, and thanks for coming in. Just where you were mentioning the officer's recommendation, did you say that Spoke supported what they'd put, or?
Yes,
I wasn't.
Yes, I think we support what's been put in, but we'd like it to go further.
Okay.
Because at one point he made the decision not to put further information in, but we think actually you really do need to highlight active and public transport, because otherwise it becomes a second or third option to do something.
Okay, thank you.
Elizabeth.
Hi, Anne. I'm just wondering if there's any forms of active transport, as you call it, at maybe I've missed. You've got walking and cycling. What other things could count? I mean, things like
scooters, mobility devices, any things. And
horse riding count?
Horse riding is an interesting one because horse riding, it's interesting. Horse riding is an interesting one because there's a degree of safety issues associated with it, but it is an active transport. Yeah, but you wouldn't put a horse on a public pavement with lots of people.
And thank you for your written submission, and then also for coming in today and presenting it to us. It really helps us understand your matters of emphasis. Councillors will be considering your submission over the coming weeks, and we'll be making final decisions after that. So thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Scott, we're also going to have Councillor South.
Right. Next up, we have Councillor Chair Peter Scott. Peter, it's all you.
Vicky's not online yet.
You're in the room with us, and apparently Vicky Southworth is joining us online. She's not quite online yet, so we can just wait a few minutes if you think having her here is important to your submission. Otherwise, you can present your submission without her.
Sorry. What do you think, Sam?
We're happy to wait if she's going to join. Yeah,
we should wait. I'll text her.
Yeah, that'll be great. You can turn your microphone off in front of you, Peter, and then, yep. Don't go too far, and if Vicky joins online, then we'll restart at that point. Thank you for joining us. If you'd like to unmute yourself and turn your video on, we'll be able to see you in the room. And we've got Chair Peter Scott with us as well. Peter, thank you for Ethan's submission. That has been read by the councillors here. We've got 15 minutes for a conversation, and welcome you to submit any points you'd like to us now. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Kiti riri ngā mihi nui tēnā koutou katoa konihira. And welcome back. I'm going to get the easy bits because I'm just going to skip over the top of this and you can pull the detail in, which is it's the luck of going first. Just before I get going, just a report on. I was asked about John, how he's going. John's going good. He's back. He's actually in Burwood on recovery. He's lost a lot of muscle mass and has to learn some of his functions again. But I dare say that when we allow him to contact us, we'll know more. He said to me, I'll be just listening. I bet he won't be just listening. Anyway, thanks for the opportunity to do this and make some points on your submission. Firstly, we'd like to acknowledge the amount of work that you've done in this area because it's considerable. And so congratulations to both the council and the staff for that, because it does set a decent pathway, and I guess the submission process will refine that for you. We strongly support from ECAM, we strongly support your long-term strategic approach to what you're doing. And one of the things that we do note is the significant population growth that you have had in the last decade, and the big opportunities that opens up, but also the big challenges that you do face with that. And I guess this document's going to help you with that. Towards being able to have, I guess, not a bit more say, but possibly a bit more control about what goes on. Just mention also about the collaborative forums that you do exist in, which are really, really good. The GCP forum, the mayoral forum that we exist in, our ability as a mayoral forum in a joint approach to be able to lobby central government on the things that we need and the things that we're trying to do, and that will keep going. I think that relationship is really important, that we can do good on that. And also the co-governance arrangements that you are entering in specifically to Wahora. That's also welcome. I think that we're actually doing good work in those areas too. So just some feedback on the submission. We support the direction you're taking with that, sort of aligns with what we're trying to do also, which is great. And also, we can inform some of this work that's going on here that reflects the position that is in the greater Christchurch area, and specifically some of the stuff that's in the Christchurch spatial plan. We know this is the thing that we note strongly is the challenge that public transport that you're facing here, and the ability to be able to deliver that opportunity to your population. And significantly, almost overloading of buses now that are coming in from Glasgow and places like that, which probably 2-3 years ago you wouldn't have imagined that there'd be so many people wanting to get in here. And the point's really well made. Also, the fact that there are people that want to turn off and come back down into Ralston and Lincoln and other areas. So I guess that's something that we face going forward. And also, the big opportunity, I guess, that public transport uplift and the PT Futures is the opportunity there to join in on that. And also, in the end game with mass rapid transport, who would know that, if we ever get that, we will get that back on the table. That's one specific thing that we will do with you, is that we possibly need to be a bit more ambitious about that and push further south than just Hornby, because I think that will help. Helps with a few things. It helps move a lot of people around, and also with urban development. I don't know if I want to say much more than that, Vicky. I don't know if you've got something that you want to add.
Kia ora, thanks, Peter, and kia ora koutou. Just to really support Peter in commending you for what's a really ambitious and great to see all the sort of sustainable, decarbonised, circular economy, thriving rural and urban economy. And to recognise the public transport, you've been really staunch supporters of public transport, and I know we'd all love to do a lot more, and it's great to have you sort of on board and keep pushing us, and we're pushing as well. I think we're all a little nervous about what's coming in the next couple of weeks in terms of government support, but if we work together and keep pushing collectively, then hopefully we will get there. And we're looking at the next 10 years and more is what we're thinking about here. Just to really emphasize the importance of that public transport's futures, that MRT can't stack up on its own. We've got to get the bus network really up and running in the first instance. And really also just to emphasize, it's been great being involved in the Greater Christchurch partnership. And I know the blue-green component of the spatial plan was really picked out as something that was quite specific to our area, and I'm sure it will get picked up by other areas subsequently. But that blue-green network, you've identified that opportunity in your plan that totally ties in on a number of different levels. It crosses a number of your different sort of directions and themes and the targets. So really good to see that, and that water sensitive urban design in an area that we have got water. We're really fortunate, but it's going to become more and more of a precious resource that we need to be careful with. So to see that sort of incorporated into your thinking in terms of growing out your urban area and doing it at the front end rather than trying to retrofit it, that's really great to see. So kia ora, and thank you for your really forward-thinking plan. It's great. Thank you. Kia ora.
I just say, the work you're doing on wastewater treatment and infrastructure, specifically what's going on up in Darko and Waikirikiri in terms of reticulated wastewater infrastructure, and hopefully the continuation of that, because that's sort of, you're getting ahead of the game there. And just my closing comments, I mean, huge support for Selwyn in terms of what's going on. I think that the leadership that comes out of this council is really welcome. I really welcome the support that Sam gives me. And I hope Sam, I can give you some support too. I hope that's a two-way street. And just the final thing I'll mention, the fact that our regional policy statement's out for Schedule 3 stuff at the moment, but it will come in draft form, hopefully towards the end of the year, and that's an opportunity for individuals and communities to then also interact with that, put submission in through the submission process, and to help shape the regional policy statement. I mean, it sits above all our other planning documents and captures MPSs and NESs and the RMA. So that is a really, really important document. We did hope that we would have a spatial planning document, regional spatial planning document that would sit there, but that act got pulled. So with that said, thank you very much.
Thank you. And you've drifted into a lot of things here that are about relationship and doing things together. And I think that's really an important part of how we work together. Really good, Peter, for us to think about maybe between the end of the year and now, having a bit of a sit down with both councils and just talking about where we're at. We often receive a whole lot of feedback about public transport in particular, which is why I continue to bring that to your annual plans, and we've received it through this submission process as well. And when we think about the wastewater transition that we're currently in for Darfield and QE, making sure that ECAN and Selwyn are aligned, and understanding that we don't consent things unnecessarily when change is around the corner and wasting money for people, but equally supporting the rollout of the reticulation for those towns has big environmental improvements for our district. So we do want to get on with that once we get some certainty around the water and CCO models and all those things too. Thank you for the presentation there. Elizabeth, do you have a question?
I'm just trying. Here we go. We had a lady that came in earlier today talking about the Ellesmere bus, as you can well imagine. She made some really good comments which were for us, but I wanted to ask if you have any way of engagement to for that process, if it's occurring at the moment. And what she was asking was, is there no way that community can engage with the decision making around the public transport, be at the table as a stakeholder? Do you have a process for that, or looking into that?
I'll get you to answer that, but I mean, you're heavily involved in advocacy on public transport in Christchurch, so if you wouldn't mind.
I'll try. Sorry, I was struggling. The speaker's not great. I'm not sure if it's at your end or mine, because I was struggling to understand you. So I'm hoping I was less garbled. I'm going in the other direction. But I think you were asking about an opportunity to engage on some specifics around public transport. And so we have, obviously there's the route through to our staff through the Metro. There's an email address, metro@ecan.govt.nz, and staff often will pick up things that people are putting forward, and that gets sort of held and will respond back. But we also now have Councillor Joe Davies, who's the public transport lead for us, and he can take on some things and be advocating and recognising sort of within the whole big picture of all the different public transport asks across our area. And then we also have the regional public transport plan coming up shortly for consultation. So that starts on the 25th of September. And so that will be a great opportunity for individuals to put through to our team about concerns they have or issues they have or things they want to see wrapped into that plan. So I hope that answered. So apologies, might be easier to do an email to me if it's a very specific issue.
I think that answered the question well. Thank you. Anything further, councillors? No. Peter, thank you for coming in today. Thank you for joining us online, and thank you for your leadership for the region. Hugely important, and we've got to continue to work together in partnership. So I'm glad to hear that the things we're writing and the direction we're on mirrors a lot of the things, the direction of the region too. Nice work, Sam. So,
thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of today's hearings. There's a couple of things that you just need to be aware of. There's a number of things that have come up today that you may have questions on. There will be a hearings document presented for our deliberations, which will capture some of the answers that staff have picked up today. If there's anything particular that you'd like answered, can you please make sure that you have those questions through to staff by the end of Tuesday next week? If you start doing it on Friday, it just doesn't leave very much time for considered answers to come back to you. If you've got them now, feel free to flick them through, but by the end of Tuesday, that would be really helpful. I sent an email out yesterday just thinking about our chairs and new committees and membership. We'll be really grateful for you to think about that through next week as well. We'll be together on Wednesday again, but by the end of next week, for you to have given that some thought about what of those committees you'd like to be a part of. And we're together again on Wednesday next week for a councillor briefing starting at 9 o'clock. Bob, is there anything you'd like to say before we close? Yeah. Una here, tapo, kia wātia, ai, kua wātia. Thank you everyone for participation today and your contribution to massive effort that this has been.